Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, October the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a couple of yeses that you can hear me and see my screen. And yes, thank you. All right, guys. Well, the big one this morning, which I actually was able to partake a little bit in, is this NTRB. So 3.5 million in the float. It's already traded, not quite the float double, but this is some kind of a patch, a virus patch detecting antibodies or something to that effect. But anyway, this just absolutely ripped here. So it went from 748 all the way up to 1113. It's pulling back a little bit here, but that is so far the star of the day in the pre-market, NTRB. Tara, T-A-R-A. This is gapping up. Is the gap held? Not bad. It has FDA clearance. Yeah, FDA clearance, and this is another low float situation. 9 million in the float, already traded 4 million this morning. GWH. This was a SPAC until yesterday. Started trading as GWH yesterday. And I guess this is a Bill Gates backed initiative. Yeah, RRD is a buyout. I read the press release this morning. Somebody trying to buy out the remaining shares, but at 750. So, obviously it's not at 750 right now. Chatham Asset Management offers to acquire the balance of R.R. Donnelley. They already own 14.9%. INBX, another one of these bios, INBX. Yeah, now this one for me is going to be interesting because this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And when I say that, I don't mean I'm going to pile into a short, or I may never take the short. I'm just taking a look to see if shorts are available for me at Interactive Brokers, which they are. So INBX has popped up on positive data. You're talking about the pre-market movers. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Do you have trade ideas? Are you part of this test drive? PetV. So I'm talking to you, Quack33. PetV had some action after hours yesterday. There is I'm not too familiar with these guys, but Think Equity has put a $7 price target on them. Okay, so if you take a look, I'm just going to answer somebody in our YouTube room. If you take a look at my home page, now a lot of these probably can be found also, but I'm just a second. I'm going to give you my homepage link, and when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. You'll see there is a scan section. All right. Click here, there's my scan section. These are the 4 scans that I use for the pre-market. Gap up, gap down share, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I'm using to see what the movers are. You can use, we also have in our channel bar, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. Then you can also probably follow along with very similar stocks from, where is it, pre-market, our pre-market channel. Okay, so you can check that out also. I've just sort of customized the way I look at the pre-market, but there's nothing wrong with looking at the pre-market channel. QRTX, breakthrough device status. QRTX. And how about QTRX? Sorry, QTRX. And a big pop after hours. This is another one that is shortable for me. This TIPT, I'm hearing this one now. TIPT, when I say hearing, I've got text to voice. Wow, look at this TIPT. This is kind of almost out of nowhere. TIPT, $200 million investment by Warburg. It's another low float situation, 19.8 million in the float. And you can just check the news, okay? Most of the time, the news that I'm talking about will be available from that news tab in the single stock window. If you're wondering where am I getting... So, the exercise is this. I see something that is moving in the pre-market, and I'm always going to check the news to see, okay, what's the news? Like, why is it moving? Is there any? A lot of times you see a stock that's moving in the pre-market, you can't find anything. But, obviously, in the case of the ones I've been talking about anyway, there has been some news. Look at CVAC as an example. CVAC. Now, this one is unfortunately not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers right now anyway. CVAC gapping down. Looks like they're discontinuing a first stage test of COVID and going on to a second stage of some sort. Not incorrect phrasing on my part, but at any rate, big gap down. German company. TTM continues its surge here. There wasn't some more news about this one after hours yesterday, but TTM, man, what a great 3 days now it's having. 4 days now, the fourth day. Had the big gap up on Thursday. This is Friday. Of course, this is yesterday, Monday, so it had the big gap up on Thursday, and it's continuing. OCGN, another virus play from India. OCGN, virus play, India. And that's had a nice day yesterday, and now another gap. It's be a very difficult one to trade intraday, but it has a lot of whippiness in it. Big float, 193 million in the float. INMD, a more expensive one. INMD. Revenue guidance has been upped. They don't release until the 4th, November 4th, but they're upping revenue guidance, so this is pop this stock. And then this one, let's see if it's held its gap, because it has a ton of room. A GOTU, one of these China education stocks. You can just see right here, I mean, they've all these China, I can't think of one that hasn't, but the stocks like EDU and TAL, GoTo. But I don't see any specific news on it, but it was trying to gap up. You can just kind of see, look at this weekly chart. If it can ever maintain this level, just look left. It's got a ton of room. Somebody's asking me about PROG. I don't see any news about a patent. Nope. And I think that's it on my list of things to potentially watch when this market opens. All right, 9:14, so I'm going to do a quick check to see what the analysts are talking about in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Not too many of each. Let's get the upgrades in. JP Morgan is still after that PTGX yesterday, upgrading it. Airbnb, upgraded by Cowan. I just get it from briefing.com. Briefing.com. It's a free service. You just have to sign up for it. You get sent to my email about 10 after 9 every morning. But if you do a Google search on analyst recommendations, there are other websites out there. I just use this one because it's easy for me. They just send it to me automatically. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, what time is it? 9:16. Let's take a look at the sectors. Let's take a look to see. Let's see, the market is going to have a positive open to start. Let's take a look at what the major sectors are doing. Going to, from the toolbar, go to dock channel bar, and then click on sector status, and we'll see what's happening. This is pre-market, of course. Things can change, of course, once the market opens. Aha! So energy is getting hit a bit here, only 10%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and these are the stocks that comprise the major sectors. So for instance, XLE. So what that 10% number means, that means only 10% of the stocks right now are above yesterday's close, okay? As opposed to, if you look at technology, 72% are up. Communication should be about the same, 70% are up. Consumer discretionary, wow, 90%. Again, this is early. It's just a glimpse of what might happen today. So for instance, if you were looking to buy, anything in the energy sector, and it wasn't something that had specific news to it, you'd have to be a little bit wary, because you'd be going, as we speak, contrary to what the sector is doing. As opposed to if you decided that you wanted to get into some kind of a tech stock, 72% of them up, so you'd be going with the sector. Anyway, this can change, of course, once the market opens. And again, that is a sector status. You want to see that, just click from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar. And then it's called Sector Status. So see, Ryan, if you're talking about upgrades and downgrades, yeah, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It's just something from, there's tons of information out there. I use briefing.com. It's because it's easy for me. They just send it to my email 10 after 9 every morning. So yeah, this NTRB, which I was able to trade a little bit this morning. I'm not in it anymore. Now, where are they out of? They're out of the United States. Okay. So they have been in the patch business. Okay, they've been in the patch business. Man, if this takes out this high right here, 1113, I'm not in it anymore. I'm just going to stick an alert, pre-market high. See if it takes it out a little bit later. We don't have a 200-day moving average yet. We have a line here, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. F-R-E-Y, I don't think I've ever seen that one before. F-R-E-Y. Where are they out of? Luxembourg, okay. So this is, oh, that's right. This is a battery company. So this is like a SPAC, sort of like a SPAC. That's sort of like a SPAC. I guess it is a SPAC. Well, yeah, I mean, it's right here is a big area for it to try to get through, which it's sitting at right now. And you look left, so it does have some room. Now this one is shortable for me, the TIPT. When I say that, I'm talking about my broker, which is Interactive Brokers, which is working perfectly again, so I don't have to worry about that. And a little glitch, it wasn't its fault, it was something on my end. Okay, one moment please. All right, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. Did see that WWR's a lot of activity after hours yesterday. It got all the way up to 443. It's pulled back. I was looking for some news on it. I couldn't really see any news on it that I could determine why it was doing this. I'm sure there was something somewhere, but I could not find it. And another one of those, well, relatively low float. Meanwhile, ASTR is starting to move. Astrospace starting to move. Announces not 007, but 0007 launch window for the United States Space Force. Mr. Calhoun, good morning. Yeah, I'm skeptical about this go-to. I don't see any specific reason on it. Wait a minute. 10, 11, 12, 50. Well, there was some news yesterday on it. No, it was just technical information. It was not any specific news on it. Again, these are one of these. Let's take a look at EDU, see what it's doing. Is it following suit? And TAL, they all look the same. These three of them, these China education stocks. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, they all got beaten up and just flatlining. But this is this one is, man, it looks like it's trying to break. I had a big day yesterday, actually, volume-wise. 32 million. It's a big float, though, 123 million. So just have to wait and see if it can really break out. Thank you, Pamela. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is, as I call it, sneaking in before the market opens. Yeah, you call this a successful SPAC so far. This became GWH yesterday. And this is, as they call it, a Bill Gates backed renewable energy company. We have no float information on it. That's kind of typical when you have these ones that start trading, new symbol with SPACs. All right, one moment, please. No, okay, I'm asked a question about TIPT. For everything, I wait. I usually just wait, even the first 15 minutes. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down. Something like this, if it keeps running right off the bat, so be it. But I usually let things settle. Try to let things settle down. Things can be so whippy in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, be really interesting, yes, to see how this NTRB opens. I mean, if it can take out that 11, I mean, it could just keep running right from the beginning. I'm already out of this. I mean, I traded in the pre-market. I'm out of it completely. And if you're wondering, when you look at the GWH, wow, it's now over 15. Lots of volume coming in. So we've got some runners this morning. We've got the GWH, we've got the TIPT, and of course we've got the NTRB. So we have some runners this morning. Whether they keep running or not. Eventually they run out of steam and they can't present short opportunities if your broker has shorts available. Thank you, William. The market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great trading day today. I think I'll probably be able to maybe make a trade or two today for my, I mean, I've already done the one in the pre-market, but usually the second day questions not as intense, so I will put this, what time is it? Yeah, just very quickly put this test drive link in again. If you want to take part in this test drive, there's still time. Just click on the link and you'll see what it's all about. So you have the balance of today. So you basically have nine trading days with us. Well, if you can hear me calculate, I rarely take something right off the bat, I can't say, is it worth it? I mean, sure, you obviously would have been worth it to take this one right here, okay? But I've just seen too many times things go up and down in the first 15 minutes, so I typically do not chase anything. All right, we are now open. All right, so the market's had a mildly positive open. Dow's up, Tech's up, SPY's up. When I say Tech, Nas is up. OCGN was pulling back a bit. This is an India virus play, OCGN. Now, well, there's your answer so far regarding NTRB. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to continue to fall. It could stall here and then pop through 11. So, give me a moment here. I'm just adjusting something in my other monitor. Boy, there's that TTM continuing this surge. What a move it has had. What a move. Look at this, TTM. Again, I know I've said this a few times, but this was a big gap on Thursday. Here's Friday, here's Monday, and here's today. Just continuing. 2-year high. And as usual, I'll wait for something coming in my option scanner. Had some interesting ones yesterday. Now TTM is just surging here right off the open. Right off the open. TTM. All right, here goes Plug, guys. So are the EV plays alive? Some of them are alive, obviously. Here's Plug. But look left. What do you see? I see 28.39 was the next high, so it's a little bit above that. But now the next high is 28.83, so it's got this little area to get through. So remains to be seen. I always find that this one, Plug, Fuel Cell, and Ballard are, for me anyway, difficult intraday traders. Okay, well, there is the go-to. Go-to. Again, I don't see any specific news for go-to. But again, one of the China education stocks, and you can see yesterday's high was 438. Way over here was 430. So you can see that there's a tremendous potential gap fill. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's what we look for. If it can sustain this move. But it's early. Well, I mean, should you take something right at the open? I mean, obviously in the GWH case, sure. But, I've just seen too many times where things whip up and whip right back down. But this one is on a mission, and it just got halted. GWH just got halted. And again, Bill Gates backed initiative. All right, go to a little bit on the move here. Go to. Okay, and look what's happening. So these China education stocks, I'm seeing TAL now also, TAL, and my guess, look at TAL, and we have, my guess is that EDU is going to be following suit. And the answer is yes. So right now, as we speak, these China education stocks are having a bit of a resurgence. Go-to kind of looks like the best one only because it is broken out. There's no resistance until all these areas. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but this is what I mean. You see, the other ones are still having probably a high to break way back here, whereas this one. All right, an exciting open, guys. Well, plug kept going off that opening break right here, and it kept going for a while anyway. Yeah, is this a not a pink sheet stock? Okay, yeah. Somebody, thank you, Chris, in our YouTube room mentioning HX. It's had a couple of, well, 3 good weeks. This is a continuation. Not too familiar with them. It's like some kind of a lender in China. Look at Plug. Wow, Plug is really on the move here. Okay, Go-To is continuing. So right now, the early theme are these China education stocks, EDU, TAL, and Go-To. Yep, David, sure. Well, again, guys, I know I keep talking about this, but look at the potential gap fill. I mean, I don't see any news on it. No specific news. China stock. But obviously, maybe, they all got thumped because of what the government was saying about all the education stocks. Basically saying, we don't want you to make money. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. So GWH, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, what time is it? 9:39. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:40 plus 21 seconds. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt. I have this one thumbnailed. This is actually one of the ones from the strength alerts. I think it did very well yesterday. I have the 5 strength alerts. So it's at yesterday's high. This one did very well yesterday. All right, GWH just opened. Wow, what a move. My goodness. I mean, here it is, guys. You know, Bill Gates backed the renewable energy company after the SPAC merger. So this is what happened yesterday. So it's not it's sort of an IPO. All right, TIPT just made a new high. All right, this is the one of the ARC stocks here. DNA got hammered last week. Some short seller came in and slammed it. But here's DNA. Doesn't look good for NTRB, guys. Does not look like this is going to have a big continuation in TRB. Well, I'm sure wrong about Plug. Plug just kept going. Plug, just look at this. Look at the move here. I just want to see if it's just an EV play or if it's something to do with. Let's take a look at Fuel Cell. See if Fuel Cell is doing something similar. FCEL. The answer is yes, and I bet you Ballard is doing the same thing. BLDP probably doing the same thing, and the answer is yes. So the EV plays today, right now. EV plays. Electric vehicles. We actually have a doc. If you go to the doc channel bar, EV related, you can click on the EV related. Okay, you can click on the EV related channel and follow them. Obviously, EV is having a day today. You can see it's EV day today, guys. Look at lithium, LAC. Lithium on the move here. Next high looking left is 23.98. 23.98. So this has $1 before it hits the next high on the daily chart. Ooh, look at HPQ, Hewlett. I wanted to say Hewlett Packard. HP, look at HPQ. On the way down, and the next low is 26.76. So it doesn't have that much room for a potential short unless it really takes this level out here. Breaks down through 27 if it can do that. So for you people who are looking at things to potentially short, Dats from Zach. Yeah, this one just won't go away. Okay, guys, what happened here is I think I was demonstrating something how you take a trade. This is in the simulator on a pullback. And I obviously forgot to remove it. I'll keep it in. All right, TIPT is marching higher here. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, there is the all-time high right over here, 1548, so it's approaching that all-time high. Notice in the position and lifetime range, it says 85%, so it's within 15% of a lifetime high. Okay, guys, all I'm doing right now, I'm just pointing out opportunities. I mean, if you wanted, the EV sector is alive and kicking today. So there's that lack over the whole number now. Next high looking left, 23.98. Notice I'm not telling anybody to buy or to sell anything. You know, you have to analyze it yourself. If it makes sense, if you have a trading plan and it makes sense, then you take it. If it doesn't, then you don't take it. Well, Ben is on the move down here. B-E-N, Ben Franklin. And what's the next low looking left? 28.90. If you can take that out, ooh, it's got some room. Now look at LAC guys on the move. I mean, EV, EV, EV. These are just filters. See, Ryan, I can give you this one. I think it's one I'm sharing, but they're just filters. You know, these are just filters that you can add. You know, this I've just customized it like this, but these are all the filters, just the normal filters, and you can add whatever filter you want. Okay, so again, you just right-click, configure, and columns. And you know, here are all of the filters that you can have. Or you can search, you know, add whatever filter. These are just filters, standard filters. SNPX guys, SNPX on the move here. Wow, we've got some real. So you know, take a look at the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. I'm getting a lot of information from those, and it's available again from my homepage. Wow, look at SNPX. I mentioned HPQ before. TIPT getting closer and closer to an all-time high. Boom! Look at it go now. TIPT, again, there's the all-time high, getting closer and closer. Wow, you got to be careful in some of these, especially look at the float for SNPX. You see how it popped up all the way up to 1430, basically dropped $1 just like that. It is a 2-minute chart. How can things like that happen? Well, look at that float, 3.66 million in the float. That's very, very low. Boy, what a what a move for this TTM. Not just today. I'm talking about the 4-day move so far for TTM. I unfortunately did not participate in it. Okay, I see SPWR was showing up on that 10-day breakout. However, look at the 200-day. It's, well, I guess it's far enough away. 200-day moving average at 28.55. That can block something. 27.77 right here. So. Yeah, too bad. This TTI is showing up in that 10-day breakout, but I think it's too close to 4. Yeah, so I don't make any recommendations like that, D. Calhoun. You know, is it a buy or is it a short? You know, you're obviously looking at it because you think maybe it'll bounce. I have no idea. I mean, you know, I am not a great bounce player at all. You know, so personally, I shy away from something like this that's pulled back so much and has actually gone negative now. But you know, don't listen to me, you know, something like this. I mean, I'm just not a great bounce player. All right, Melco, MLCO, looking left, $12 is the next high. This has a little bit of room. Is this T-Mobile? Oh, AT&T. AT&T getting thumped here. AT&T really getting thumped here. This is an all-time low. AT&T all-time low. Wow. All right, here's another one of those SPACs. So I don't know who they're trying to merge with. So this is another one of those SPACs, SPAC. If you don't know what it is, look it up. It's an acronym. You'll see you can read all about SPACs, SPAC. So Verizon got thumped yesterday too. Look, I'm stunned at the all-time low for AT&T. I don't follow these guys at all. You know, typically I shy away from anything with such a huge float, but my goodness. Keeping an eye on the MLCO, see if it really breaks. Look at, I've got a bunch of stocks thumbnailed on my other monitor and just kind of watching. So there's a huge pullback now for that GWH. Now Sophie is I can't remember who it was. Was it JP Morgan or was it Morgan Stanley? One of those two. Put a $25 price target on it. This is for the SOFI. This was yesterday. So this RRD is sort of interesting. This Chatham, which owns about 14% of them, is making an offer for the balance at 750. So it still has a ways to go. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Cliff was a big one yesterday. CLF was a big one yesterday. You can see what it did. It pulled back a little bit, but it is still alive today, CLF. Oh boy, this one just getting beaten up still. HYZN, another lifetime low for it. Wow. No, that's a wow, guys. NTRB just absolutely popped here. NTRB, look at the volume that came in. It looked like that was it. It was slip sliding away. Got all the way down to 960 and it just got halted. NTRB just got halted. Look at that move. And it definitely got halted. Of course, this is a virus patch play. Have to segment the virus stocks now. HPQ continues challenging that 27 now. We can classify this as another EV play, BE. I think we can classify it like that. Sort of, maybe not. All right, INBX, a massive gap up here, fairly low flow, 22 million. Had news in the pre-market, positive data. I think somebody, I can't remember if it was phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase one. This is phase one. Oh man, it's only phase one. That's a pretty big pop for phase one data. Oh, newbie, it's up to you. I mean, I can't. We all have different styles of trading. I mean, if I were you, probably a minimum. Depends on the time of day also. It depends on the price of the security. It's too many variables to just say. I mean, a lot of people won't trade anything until it hits 1 million shares. That's not me, but maybe 100,000 at the very beginning of the day is fine, and then it accelerates throughout the day. So maybe start off with 100,000. But it's there's no hard and fast rule. HOTH from Zach, HOTH. Well, we moved up and then we dropped. Yeah, it was shortable for me. Didn't see it. Time. All right, what is the market doing? So Dow's down a little, tech is up a little. So basically the market is kind of flat right now. Let's see where this NTRB opens. NTRB. Yeah, BLI is from the AI. It's is it an earnings play? I don't see. It's preliminary. Okay, so it is preliminary. It is not the official release, and that is on November the 11th. But so it's a preliminary release. NTRB. What did it do on the open? And it not exploded, but it went up. I haven't even had a chance to look at my watch list. Well, so much for the China education stocks. That was a flurry, and that was it. Look at this. I mean, it got all the way up to 459, and then it's just sinking again. So my guess is that the rest of them are doing the same thing. I don't even have to. I'm not even going to look at TAL. I'm sure it's doing exactly the same thing. Gotta be so careful on these really low float situations. You can see it's traded the float I don't know, it's almost 7 times. Just have to add the stop price, okay, Christine? If you don't have the stop price, then it's just a column to add. So if you right click on one of the column headers, right click and go to columns, and this is alphabetical order, you just have to add the stop price, okay? If you don't have it already, just click on it and then left arrow it over, and then it'll show up, okay? Oops. Okay, India virus play just taking off here. Western Union, another one getting thumped here. WU. Wow, HPQ, I mean, it's coming right into that 2682 area. Boy, if it takes that out, look out below. I mean, there's really nothing holding it. I'm going to stick an alert down here, 2676, see if it takes it out. And if it does, that's going to interest me in a short for HPQ, because when you look left underneath, it's got a lot of room. Now let's take a look. Looking left on the daily chart, the next high looking left is 935. So boy, it's definitely having a great couple of days for OCGN. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. Orgo, O-R-G-O. Well, I have no thought. I mean, for what? You mean to bounce? Or as a short? I guess you're talking short, right? I mean, it's almost at an all-time low. Yeah, I mean, right now you're just have to wait to see the direction. I mean, it's trying to base right here. Maybe it pops, maybe it doesn't. Takes out 10. Look out below. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, this is just been killed here. Well, it's hard not to chase this. I'm not going to chase this one, but boy, oh boy, it takes out this over here, 935. I mean, look left, and what sort of room? 11 is the next high in the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but definitely all influenced by the news. Valvoline, look at Valvoline, almost an all-time high. VVV. Well, let's see. I mean, OCGN, I'm not in this one, but there's the high in the pre-market. I think it just took that out, 909. Yeah, it just took out that high in the pre-market. So the next high looking left is 935. Definitely moving on news. There's no shorts for me, Zach, for the NTARB. Well, okay, so newbie, I mean, any question like that, you know, Sava, any chance for a bounce back? There's always a chance. I have no idea. I know why I got, you probably know why I got thumped, you know, disputing their data on, it's an Alzheimer's play, disputing the data. That's what happened here. Any chance? Sure. But I don't have any special insight. I'm really watching T, guys. I mean, I might have to take a short in this one if it keeps basing a little bit. There's a little pop here. I mean, all-time low. All right, what is the market doing? So really nothing. I mean, Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. Really not doing too much. Uranium royalty. Wow, look at this one. UROY. You look left, what do you see? 478, so it doesn't have that much room. You know, when I say that, I'm just looking left to see where it could stall. Where is the next high? You know, I mean, if all these two were down below, then you'd be looking left and you'd say, wow, 532 would be the next high. Therefore, it would have some room to run if it wants to. Nothing in my option scanner yet. Next week we're more into earnings season. I know there's some big ones this week, but you know I'm not interested in trading Morgan Stanley or J.P. Morgan or Goldman Sachs. I'm not interested in the big banks. Next week we have about 200 companies releasing earnings. The week after probably more like 500 to 800. So we're really get rolling next week into earnings season. APDN. Oh man, this was shortable for me too. Man, oh man, look at this. I mean, crazy pop and then the drop. All right, guys, not AT, but T, another new low. All right, guys, there's a little pause in the action here for me. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm just getting some new alerts coming in, but here's Momo, another one I haven't seen for a while. Momo, great name. Boy, look at this one. I mean, the high yesterday was 1201, so it's a little bit above that high. Look at the potential reach for it, 360. I'm not saying it's getting there, but you know, 200-day is way up here. All right, guys. Well, first of all, this is about 10:20, so welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, live in the mic. We are in the second day of this test drive. There's still room or time if you do want to take the test drive. Just going to pop the link in, just talk about it a little bit, what the test drive is all about. So if you click on the test drive link, yeah, that's the right one, sorry. Click on the test drive link. So you will not get 10 trading days. You'll have the balance of today and then up to the 22nd. So that's about a little less than 9 days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service, okay? And if you're a standard subscriber, you can sign up also, and we'll upgrade you to premium if you want to take a look at that. And if you're going to take the test drive, I think the first thing you should do is take a look at the 20 lessons. They're just quick lessons outlining some of the basic features of trade ideas. Okay, so those are the 20 lessons. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, I know we'll have a promo code that if you do want to take out a subscription, it'll be there for you, but don't worry, we do not automatically put you into a subscription. So there is nothing for you to do to unsubscribe from, okay? So you can sign up today. Next thing to take a look at is my home page. Okay, so here's my home page link. If you're in the main trading room, there's a tab called Barry's home page, and there it is all day long. So you click on my link, or that link, be brought to this page. So if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So click on Get Trade Ideas. It'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. So premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences. I'm going to go over the AI in just a kind of a blah day. So far, can turn around, of course. You don't have to take a annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I will do a stock of the day video today. I didn't do it yesterday because of too many questions. And the education section, okay? So if you click here, first thing you're going to see is our brand new TI user guide. Chock full of information, okay? Lots of information in our user guide. It's brand new, basically it was released on Friday. And then the introductory lessons, things like these go over the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so a lot of good information here. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday, so Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. He will take over for me at noon. He'll go from noon to 1. So if you have a lot of detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus and maybe automated strategies and things like that, today's your day because Michael is an expert in all of that, okay? So I will pop the YouTube link in before I take my break at around noon. Daily webinars, no webinars this week and next week because of the test drive, but you can sign up for them all once we get back to a regular routine. It's a rotation. 1 week it's Tuesday, Thursday. The next week it's Monday, Wednesday. Okay, so you can sign up for them all here. But again, no there are none for the next 2 weeks. More educational videos. Starting your trade ideas from scratch. etc. So more educational videos. Now, this is a great little series. Now, somebody said it's not 36, maybe it's 29, whatever the number is. It is a great introduction to, trading, okay? Literally starting off with what is a stock. So if you're completely new to trading, I would recommend you take a look at this. Again, put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, okay? Now, the next section here, of course, you have to be a subscriber. All the scans I'm sharing. So this is a sample layout, okay? It's kind of looks like this one. But it's a sample layout. And all of the scans that I'm sharing, including, no alerts yet, but I almost guarantee next week we'll start getting some alerts from the moving higher with unusually strong options. Definitely my favorite scan. But also, the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. A lot of good ones coming from here also. So, what I've tried to do is create different types of scans, different types of trading styles. These are the four that I use for the pre-market: the gap up and gap down shared, and pre-market actives up and down. You can use our pre-market channel. Nothing wrong with that. But as you get used to using Trade Ideas, you'll find that you'll want to maybe customize things a little bit more. But these four are what I use in the pre-market. Now, save my link. Save my link because these two sections, of course, have a lot of information. You don't have to only look at it when you're in the trading room. So if you save my link, then you can take a look at these two sections anytime you want. Give me a moment here. I'm just sizing my window. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? What we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Keep an eye on that GWH guys, it is bounced all the way back from 16 back up to 1874. GWH takes out that high of the day. Anything could happen. So that's what we do. We scan the market, U.S. stock market. Again, doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. If it says, okay, Melissa, so if you click on from our toolbar and you click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, are you saying it says you have no permission? If that's the case, I'm going to have to send you back to our home page, okay? And have somebody take a look at why that's happening. Because if you're getting an error message like that, because the AI is open, if you're part of the test drive, the AI is absolutely available to you. So, but to start it, normally, you would click from our toolbar, click on new, and then just click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window that you would see. Okay, this window right here. So if that's not popping up, if you're getting some kind of an error message, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up so they can take a look at the account and see why that's happening. And let me just give you our home page. All right, so doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, this is an example of a scan that I've put together, okay? So when you first start out with Trade Ideas, if you don't want to build any of your own scans at the beginning or ever, I mean, that's why I'm sharing a lot of my scans. I'm going to show you the toolbar where in the toolbar, when you click on our dock channel bar, you'll see a lot of scans and layouts that we've created for you. But this is an example of one. So if you're building a scan for yourself, you always start off with filters. Because if I didn't have filters, my trigger, as I call it, my alert, is a stock making a new high or a new low for the day. Well, obviously, if I don't have any filters, I will be inundated with stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, of course. So that's why you always start off with filters. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20, minimum volume 400,000 shares, etc. So if you took my scan, from my home page, but if you said, you know what, I like the idea, but I don't like that price range, you can change it. If I wanted to change it to between 10 and 100, click on the summary, see how it's changed. I'm not going to do that, but of course you can take any one of my scans and you can tweak it. Maybe you want a different volume, or you can just leave it and use it as is. Now, the good news, in my opinion, about Trade Ideas, one of the great news or great features, you don't have to learn programming. No programming language to learn. If you right-click on an alert window and click on search, you'll see all of the alerts that we have. And when we get down to these icons, here are all the filters that we have. So you don't have to learn a programming language. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can create the type of scan. If you want to build your own scans, you can create the scan you're looking at, or the type of scan that you're looking for, okay? So if you want to build your own scans, we feel we have enough alerts and filters, and with the right combination, you can create what you're looking for. Now, Sam, this is in the simulator. This is something I was demonstrating in the simulator, how you can take a pullback trade, okay? And I must have left it in overnight. So this is just in the simulator. It's nothing to do with my account. I'm going to go over the simulator in a bit. So as I said, you can take my scans, or if you click on new and then you click on docked channel bar, you will see that we have a lot. These are all themed layouts. Each one of these layouts, again, the momentum channel. So if you click on the momentum channel, this is what you'd see. So you might look at this. So again, we've created this for you. If you right click and click on configure and look at summary, you'll see what we're looking for in this particular scan. If you don't mind it in terms of the price range or the minimum volume at all, you can just leave it as it is and just have a look at it to see what sort of alerts you're getting from it. Now, if you like this scan, if you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind having this scan as part of my layout, you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. And you'll see there's the scan right here. Now I'm not going to do it because I've already done it. I'll show you what I'm talking about though. If you right click and then save or share to cloud, save it. What I'm trying to show you here is that now you can go through each one of these channels and start extracting alert windows that we've created that you might want to incorporate as part of your layout. So I'm going to go to another channel called Stock Surging. And you look at this one, the action is heating up. Again, you can right click, configure, click on that summary. You'll see what it's looking for. If you don't want to change it, then you can, I would ask them, actually you should change this. Kind of a broad range between 1 and 1,000. So let's just change it to 1 and 100. Okay, you see how it's changed. Now, a word about changing it. When you go into a channel and you make a change, if you stay in the channel, the change is going to be effective, okay? But if you go back, notice how I have changed this, and go back to that summary, to 1 in 100 instead of 1 in 1,000. If I go to another channel, maybe the earnings channel, okay, okay, so, up after earnings, down after earnings, etc. Now, if I go back to that stock surging channel, now remember, I made a change. I changed it to 1 in 100. Hey, wait a minute, it's still 1 in 1,000. Why did that happen? Okay, this is why. The channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change in a channel is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So the channels are for everybody. So, when you make a change, if you stay on the channel, of course the change will take effect. But the minute you leave, the change will not take effect when you come back. But typically, this is what I think most people will do. They'll go through a channel, they'll go through the different channels, and they'll start extracting a window that we've created, a scan that we've created, and again, save or share to cloud. And then this is what you can do. So let's say you've gone through various channels and you've looked at some of these scans that we've created, and then you just file, load from cloud. And I did this one yesterday. There's that Momo. You just load it. Popped up on my other window, and you can kind of see the concept here. File, load from cloud again. The action is heating up, was right there. Load it. So without having known how to create any scan at all, you can go through our channel bar and go to the dock channel and start extracting things that might make sense to you that you want to take a look at, and then incorporate all these windows as part of your layout. Okay? Because once you have some scans, you just file, save or share to cloud, and you would click on entire. You would give it a name, my first TI scan, and save it. So we try to make it very easy. You don't have to learn how to make scans at the beginning or ever if you don't want to. We don't have a level 2, no. We'll never have level 2. Obviously, you can get it from your broker, but no, we don't have level 2. All right, so I'm just going to go over the AI a little bit. AI did not have a good day yesterday, kind of starting off iffy again today, but this is what the AI looks like. If you click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, that's how I would watch it. I wouldn't try to overanalyze it, like what are the different Holly segments, what are the strategies. I would just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the time. Or at the price. You have a stop. How I use the AI, I only like the ones under, I focus on the ones under 20. That's just me, okay? That is just me. I don't take all the AI alerts, and I just want to focus on the ones under 20. But when I get an alert, doesn't mean I pile into it. I know a lot of people want to auto trade it. Our recommendation is no, okay? It's that simple, no. Now, the other thing is if you're on this test drive, that's the only thing that we are not allowing is auto trading the AI with your live account. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, okay, it's the only thing we're not allowing. But if you want to see how auto trading the AI would work, you can click on our simulator. Okay, and I'm going to go over this window right now called Brokerage Plus. This Brokerage Plus window, this big blue window you see here, it's called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're on a web-based version, not available. And you'll notice right here, under Brokerage Plus, there are two options, live and simulation, paper trading. Now again, if you want a lot more detail about Brokerage Plus and maybe automated trading and things like that, today's your day, because Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So save all those more detailed questions you may have for Michael. I am going to put in a link. Okay, there's a link. It's a Brokerage Plus link. So there are two videos. The first short video shows you have an E-Trade or IB Interactive Brokers account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to those one of those two accounts. Okay, only brokerages it works with. So I know people ask, what about Thinkorswim? What about this and that? Yeah, we want to add them, but it's I cannot give you any sort of a time frame. Okay, so please don't ask. The second video is about 26 minutes long, and it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. And it was created by Michael Noss. As I say, he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Now, what you see here is something I'm going to show you now, how you how I like to demonstrate this Brokerage Plus window. For a lot of you who are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, you should practice trading. And we've got a simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And it's very simple to use. You just click on Sim. Once you click on Sim, I think what happens is you'll see something like Account. You click on Account, and then when it says Simulated Trading Default, in fact, let me do it. Let me get rid of okay, I guess that's what it says. So it says not connected, and then you click on Sim. Click on Sim, and then it'll say select account. Now you just click on it and then click on the trading simulated trading default. Okay, so now you're in simulation mode. So I always like to start off by showing how you can take a trade on a pullback. Let's say you wanted to take Prague, okay, but you don't want to take it right now. It's popping, etc. You want to take it, well, maybe if it pulls back down to 221, this area here, okay? Again, I am just showing you the mechanics of how to do this. This is not necessarily what I would do. I'm just showing the mechanics. So you'd pick how many shares you want to do trade. In both these boxes here, the price and the stop, I'm going to put 221. I'm going to click buy, the big buy button, and a big blue line should appear on my chart right now. Okay, so you see that big blue line? Maybe hard to read, it's covered up a little bit, but right there on the monthly chart, opening order. So if Prague goes down to 221, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can practice, a pullback style of trade. Now let's take a trade and go over a couple of concepts that, now if you're brand new to trading, you may not be aware of. When you start trading, guess what? Every trade's not going to work. That's the sad reality. So when I trade, if I get into a trade, I always know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. There is going to be a price where I get out of the trade if it's not working for me. And that's what we call a stop. Let me just see if I just want to, take one as a practice to show you. Okay, let's say I wanted to take Sophie right here, S-O-F-I, right here. Okay, again, this is just the mechanics, okay? So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because the spread is only a penny, so that's fine. So notice it, so it took the trade at 18.48. I'm going to right click, I'm going to add the stop order, and I'm going to put it at 18.28 to make the math simple. Not because here's where the practice comes in. You know, if you're listening to me and you're hearing about, well, placing stops, you might think, well, okay, I kind of understand the concept. It makes sense, but how am I going to know where to place that stop? I mean, is it just sort of random? Well, for me, no. What I do is I look at a chart and I kind of try to size up where I think there is some support, you know, based on the chart. And if it breaks down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Others may look at the previous low of the 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle. Maybe they're looking at a moving average that if it broke down through that, that's where they want to be out of the trade. Okay? That's why you have to practice. I can't tell you, you know, how you should be placing your stops. You have to get comfortable how you're going to place your stops. Okay? So that's the first thing. Second thing is, okay, now that you know where you're going to get in, you buy, but you know, before you get into the trade, you know where your stop is. So this is why I put it 20 cents away. Not because every stop is 20 cents away, but I wanted to make the math easy for this next thing I'm going to go over. Notice I took 500 shares. Why? Well, when you get into trading, if you have a $5,000 account, obviously, or should be obvious, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, what I'm doing is I'm risking $100 a trade. So that has share sized me. How? Well, if I take my entry price, 18.48, and my stop, 18.28, the difference is 20 cents. So I would be dividing 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, and that gets me 500 shares. If I take 500 shares and I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, you know, that's why I made the math easy. 500 shares times the 20-cent loss equals $100. Notice when I put my stop, you know, it's a bit of a rounding, but it's, you know, it's approximately $100 minus $100. So if I allow it to go down to this price right here, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. Okay? So, you know, important concepts. You know, practicing where to place a stop, and then that'll share size you. And again, in my opinion, the way I trade, I do not vary how much I'm risking on each trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk $100 the first trade, $300 the second trade, $50 the next trade. I try to keep it around the same every single trade. And the one thing, you know, I would really, you know, it's hard, but don't get into revenge trading. You lose 100 the first trade, you think, man, I better risk 200 the next because I've got to make that loss up, and then when I win, I'll be up 100. So you lose, now you're down, you lose that 200, now you're down 300, and you know, you can get into revenge trading really easily. How do you get out of the trade? Well, okay, so I'm in right now. So if I want to get out, this is in the simulator, okay? But it's the same. If you were connected to your IB account, but I should have mentioned this before. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. Just means you don't have access to this feature called Brokerage Plus, which is, you know, it's just a feature, just an option. You don't have to use it even if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. But once if I'm in this trade right now, this is in the simulator, if I wanted to get out, I would just flatten it. I just highlight it, and I just flatten it. Okay, that gets me out of the trade. I could get out of half the trade if I wanted, or I could double my position. Okay? Now, I don't have to use, these are just hotkeys. If I wanted to get out of 100 shares, you know, I would just pick 100 shares. I would pick the price I wanted to get out at and sell. Okay, so I mean, this is very simple to use. But practice, 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 practice. I can't emphasize it enough. No, what did I say, Homer? Okay. Well, every trade is not going to work. That's a given. Now, the other thing is, if the trade starts to work, you know, I can always, on the chart, if I wanted to, I could start to raise this line up. Okay, this is my stop line, okay? But if the trade started to really work, I could start raising this line up, up and up to a new area on the chart that I think, okay, that's another good support area. So if it broke down through that, I should be out. So ideally, you know, this goes up to 1850, 1860, 19. I could start raising my stop up. Now, the other thing, the way I trade anyway, is that this line here, this is the absolute most that I want to lose on this. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? This is the most I want to lose on the trade. But I can always get out earlier than that. If I don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market takes a, big downward trend, and I just don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out earlier. Okay, and I would just get out. So I don't. This is sort of the stop of last resort. Now the other thing is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's awfully hard. When I get into a trade, actually, when I look at a potential trade, I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. Okay, I know it sounds contrary to everything, but I'm looking for reasons not to take a trade. So I get an alert. Is the volume, what pattern is it coming from? Is the volume good? Is it near the 200-day moving average? So I have a sort of a checklist that I can really quickly size up if I'm going to take the trade right now or not. Okay, so you should be looking, in my opinion anyway, for reasons not to take the trade. So let's just say you have a checklist and you can say yes to every one of them. Say yes, that criteria is satisfied. On and on and on. And you get all excited, you take that trade because everything looks good. And guess what? It doesn't work. News was great. The room was talking about it. It's an all-time high. There's nothing really stopping it, etc., etc. But just even the best setup in the world, sometimes they just don't work. So that's when it's really hard sometimes to obey your stop. You hear it all the time. Obey your stop, obey your stop. Because, you get stubborn, egotistical, whatever you want to call it. And so that can be a real pitfall. It starts approaching your stop and you start second guessing. Wow, come on, it's going to bounce. I know it is. So now instead of that $100 loss, it starts turning into a 200, and you still don't obey your stop, 300, 400, 500 before you finally give up and sell and say, man, why didn't I obey my stop? So, to have the discipline to do all this is really hard. Well, we actually have a re-entry for the AI. I don't see anything that triggered. I think what you're talking about, though, you see, for instance, Terra got stopped out. The potential entry was a 788. Got stopped out at the stop, 752. These re-entry columns and price, what happens is if Terra got back to halfway between 788 and 752, you would get a re-entry time and price, okay? So now you can trade, how you trade the AI, of course, will be completely up to you. But this is what this re-entry time and re-entry price means. At any time during the day, if the stock hits the stop price, not necessarily the reason for getting out of the trade, but if it comes back halfway between the entry and the stop, you'll get an alert here. And notice there are no alerts today so far. So I mean, Bly is working. Oh, not bad, not badly. You know, I mean, 2042, 2098. I think they pre-released. So guys, I can't emphasize enough. Practice trading. Practice, 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 practice. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in your real account. Okay, that's the blunt reality. If you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't mean you're going to make money when you start trading, because obeying your stop in a simulator, well, it's not your money. Okay, obeying your stop, taking trades that you maybe shouldn't have taken when you're really trading your real money. I mean, emotions come into play like you wouldn't believe. But I'll guarantee you, if you cannot make money in the simulator, you will, do not even attempt to start trading. If you can make money in the simulator, though, again, it's no guarantee you're going to make money once you start trading, because all of a sudden emotions do come into play. Let me see. No issues on my end. Roberto, no issues, no issues on my end. So maybe just do a refresh your account. Do a refresh, reset. So the simulator is found right here. Again, you have to be using our downloadable application. Okay, so you have to have a toolbar that looks like this, and where it says Brokers Plus, you just click on Sim. Okay, and then when you do that, it'll say something like account in this box, and you click on it, and then you select Simulated Trading Default. Now here are three really important columns: today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. Because one of the challenges, of course, of trading is knowing when to get out of a trade. Now there's never ever going to be able to get out of the absolute top, okay? So just, forget about that notion. But what this is going to tell us, see right here, what this is telling me, max P&L, 104. So this is telling me that when I'm in the trade, the max I could have made, if I got right at the, right to the penny, the high, that's what I would have made. It's telling me what I'm up right now. No, so obviously it's very close to that max P&L, okay? So, and why this is important is because, let's just say for argument's sake that max P&L would say $500, and now it says, and now I'm only up 96. Obviously, you're not managing your exits very well. You wouldn't want to see if you're up $500 and now you're only up 80. That would not be managing your exits very well. Okay, so this will be a decent gauge to show you how well am I managing my exits. Now it's a challenge. I mean, there's no, how you're going to get out of a trade. A lot of it can be a little bit of feel, could be maybe breaking a moving average. Maybe the market is starting to tank a bit, so you want to protect profit. Maybe you take out half your trade. This is why you have to practice. The other one is the distance from the exit price. So I'm going to get out of this one right now. I'm going to show you what's going to happen. I'm going to exit this trade. I'm going to highlight it. I'm going to flatten the trade. Okay? So I got out with a big $54 profit. Now the distance from the exit price is going to be one that I'll keep an eye on now, because what that's going to tell me, what I want to see, is a big negative number, because what that will tell me is that, okay, when you got out of the trade, it really dropped down below that price, which of course is what you want. That will show you that your exit was pretty good. If you see a big positive number, then you say, I guess I got out too early. So it's a way to, gauge how good are your exits. Now, the other thing you can do in the simulator is you can practice swing trading. So, I mean, if I don't get out of this, well, I've already out, but I mean, if I held this trade, if I don't exit by the end of the day, then this will carry forward, and then you can practice swing trading also. Okay? Boeing from Zach. Let's take a look at Boeing. BA. I haven't looked at Boeing in a long time. Well, I know how you did it. You took a trade and then you exited for a profit. That's how you did it. What a bounce that GW8. Remember, just before I was going into my spiel, I think it was around 18 something. Look at that bounce for GWH after it pulled back all the way down here. I mean, man, this will be interesting going forward. I mean, even tomorrow to see, you know, how it trades. Right now, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That's typical second day trading like this, as with this symbol that, you know, it was a SPAC before. Boy, look at the CRK from the 10-day breakdown. I mean, look at it. Look at it. 946 is the next low looking left if it ever takes that out. Nothing from the option scanner today. Nothing. Not yet. So let's take a look at my watch list and what happened. All right. So what you're seeing here. So what I do is I create a watch list overnight. I do some scans after the market closes. I do some scans and I create a watch list for stocks that potentially might be interesting to watch the next day. The next day is, of course, today. So what you're seeing here, this is, you know, the watch list is probably made up of about 30 or 40 stocks. And these are the ones that were extracted from the watch list because they met the filter requirements. You know, I don't want to see 30 or 40. This is actually a lot, to be honest, to see all these. But so what you see here, and notice that nothing happens until at least 9:45. Okay, I put a delay on purpose. I use what's called a time of day. See where this time of day? I don't want to see any alerts until 15 minutes after the market opens. You'll hear me talk about that a lot. You know, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes typically, so I put a 15-minute delay. And on purpose. So that's why you don't see anything before, like right when the market opens, whereas you do see them here. If you want to trade them early, that's up to you. But so what this is telling me, so at 9:46, we had an alert for TIPT. The price was $13.75. Okay, so now I can look and say, okay, what did it do after that? I mean, it was probably pretty quick, but it did get up to, after that, it got up to $14.27. It's pulled back a little bit. So, you know, not bad. OCGN, the alert at 9:46, 8:44. Obviously, pretty darn good. Got up to 9:28, and so on. This is why I have this. This is the first time you see the alert And why I like to organize it like this, because I can go back just like I'm doing to see, okay, what happened from that alert. Obviously the Terra did not work, 788. But again, when I say didn't work, I'm not saying you take it. These are ideas, okay? And I mean, it got up to 794. I would not call that a great, from 788. But so you can kind of look at this and go, okay, what happened? Nothing on the downside. Make sure my symbol list is checked. Yeah. Okay, so Meta, try doing this. I mean, so you're saying when you click on the docked channel bar, you do get the menu. Okay, so you get the menu. So now when you click on a scan, you're not getting anything. Okay. And you did yesterday? Okay. So try doing this. Now first of all, are you getting any other alerts from anything else? I want to find out, is the ball in the toolbar, is it green? Okay, is it green or is it red? Is it orange? So the toolbar where it says File, New, Tools, Windows, etc. Okay, and well to the end, if you can see it, I could shrink it, but there's a toolbar. You see all these little green lines, vertical lines. They should be green, and there's a ball. Okay, there's a ball, and it should be green. Okay, so it means you are connected. Okay, do me a favor. Click on account and do reset connection just to see what might happen, okay? So click on account in that toolbar and click reset connection and see if that does anything. And see if that helps. If not, I will have to send you to our home page. And just give them your email address. The boxes in the channel bar, they don't open. So it's not a matter of they're opening, you're not seeing anything. Well, I guess I'm going to have to send you to our home page and start a live discussion with them and have them take a look at the account, give them the email address you used to sign up for this test drive. But when you click, so nothing is loading. You're not getting anything, like you're not getting an alert window, you don't see charts, you don't see anything, like what happens? I mean, so when you're clicking, nothing opens. Okay, that is bizarre. Okay, I don't know how to help you, so you will have to go to our, give you the homepage link. Go there and give them your email, and they'll take a look. Oh, AUPH, haven't seen this one for a while. This was such a high flyer. These days here, there was another pop. Okay, there's the volume coming in. I've got shorts available, lots of them, 600,000 at Interactive Brokers. The next high looking left is 22, so it's getting close to that high. Buyout rumors, okay? You know, guys, as usual, I'm more focused on the 10-day daily breakdown. The 10-day daily breakup is, you know, it's not bad, but boy, some of these ones that are breaking down on that 10-day daily breakdown, this is the scan that Real gave us beginning of last week. I've tweaked it a little bit, you know, with a higher volume. I put in a relative volume. I changed the price range, you know, for my style of trading, and this is available from my homepage. You know, called the 10-day break daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. And I definitely gravitate more to the breakdowns. Yeah, this RRD, I mean, the buyout in theory is around 750. Whoa. Actually, okay, we actually have something from the option scanner now, guys. So Flexion. Okay, now this does have some room. 992 Flexion FLXN. That's from the option scanner. Now again, when you get an alert, these are ideas, right? They are all ideas. It doesn't mean you just hop into the trade. You know, so the first thing I've done is I look left. What sort of room does it have? Obviously, it's got room. When I say room, I mean before we see the next high, which is looks like almost 10. So from 9:30, if it could start approaching that high of yesterday, it means for me it's got some room. So it becomes a good candidate. Okay, guys, I'll be back. What time is it right now? 11:13. I'll be back in about give me about 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. So you see what's happening here with this SOFI right here. The distance from the exit price is plus 16 cents. So, I'd be looking at that going, I wish I had, held on to it. Okay, again, this is in the simulator, but I'm just trying to show you how you can use these columns to gauge, how good are your exits. INBX. Yeah, this is just phase one, isn't it? It's just phase one data. No, BBIG is not on. No. The reason would be, yeah, see the option volume percent, so that, it's trading 20, it has 26,000 contracts, yes, so that would pass. Two reasons why it wouldn't be in my option. The relative volume is way too low, and the option volume is way too low. It's only 14%. It's not even trading, like 100% would be normal. So that's why it's not showing up. All right, guys, give me another moment. I'm just going to change my headset. Okay. Okay. Well, there are two trading rooms, D. Calhoun. Okay, I mean, you're in the YouTube room. It's fine, but there is what I call the main trading room. I can give you the link if you want to show up. The reason I call it the main trading room, there's just a lot more activity there, more traders, more interaction with traders. Okay, so I can pop that link in. You're in the main trading room, finance. This is it. This is what I call the main trading room, okay? There's a YouTube room, and it's basically the same. They can hear me, see my screen, but there's just not as many traders there. So you're in the main trading room. That's why I'm saying at noon, Michael, somebody else between 12 and 1 always takes over for me in the YouTube room when I take my break. And again, today it's Michael Noss. So again, if you have a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus and automated trading and things like that, head over there. I'll put the link in before I do take my break. Is the link different every? Yeah, you have to go to get into this room. The one you're in, you have to go to our home page. I have to do the same thing. You have to go to the home page and click on Trading Room, and then, I guess I don't know if it remembers your username and password, but But you have to do the same thing I think it probably remembers your username and password, but you have to go to you have to go to our homepage, click on Trading Room, and yeah, so I don't think it's a link you can save. Well, you can save the link, like this link. It's so long since I've looked at it. So when I click in the Trading Room link, I don't even know what it brings you to. Yeah, so join the Trading Room, first name. So I guess you can go right here. How do you open charts on my Brokerage Plus window? Okay, well, it's not, your charts are not here in the Brokerage Plus window. Your charts are here, new, and then chart window, okay? You click on that, and a chart will show up. Well, okay, Tom, it's possible when you exit Trade Ideas, it usually asks you, do you want to save your layout? Now, I always say yes, because I have the same layout every day. And so if I say yes, then it's going to save my layout. And then tomorrow when I load Trade Ideas, it'll load my layout. Okay? So that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, I've been doing this for years, and you know that's what I do. I always ask, "Do I want to save my layout?" I say yes, and then then I shut down Trade Ideas, and when I load it next, it'll load my layout, not just the toolbar. Okay, Gene. So did you understand that? To open a chart, you just click on New and then Chart Window. And then make sure there are two options with the charts, basically, okay, without getting into any more detail. But you either have symbol, if you right click on the chart and you go to properties, and you'll see symbol linking, it's either going to be checked or not checked. So if you check it, that means when I click on a symbol here, GWH as an example, notice how GWH changes in all these time frames. That's because in my charts, the symbol linking is checked. For my SPY chart, it is not checked. Now that'll work almost for sure, Tom. It must be that you're just not saving your, when it's asking you, do you want to save your layout? You're probably saying no, I guess. Yeah, so don't say no. So Tom, I mean, the thing is that when you create a layout, okay, save your layout even before going through that step. So the question I had from somebody in our YouTube room was, how come when I open Trade Ideas, all I get is the toolbar, okay? Even though I had a layout yesterday, perhaps. Well, when you create a layout, okay, and you got a layout on your screen, save it. I always do it in two ways. File, save layout, okay, and then I give it a name. I don't overwrite the default. I don't ever use the default layout, okay? So I give it a name. I could call it, obviously I've been with Trade Ideas for a while, but maybe my first layout would take Trade Ideas, whatever you want to call it, Bob's layout, okay? Also, save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, click on entire, and then give it a name and save it. Okay, so now you've saved your layout to the cloud. So in case something happens, some crazy thing happens, you know, and you think, man, I don't know where my layout, if you've saved it to the cloud, it's there, okay? And then when you exit trade ideas, I don't want to click on this because it destroys my link with Interactive Brokers, but when you file exit, it's going to say yes or no, save your layout. Say yes, assuming that's the layout you want to see the next time you load trade ideas. But even if it isn't, as long as you've saved your layouts to the cloud, you just file load from cloud, and you know, all file types, layouts, you know, you will see your layout. Okay. Now, why saving layouts to the cloud is so important? A couple of reasons, 3 reasons, maybe even 4 reasons. First of all, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So obviously I'm working on a desktop computer, but I've got a laptop, I've got a tablet, so I can have trade ideas on as many devices as I want. I can only have trade ideas loaded on one device at a time, but I can have it on as many devices as I want. So why is that important? Well, let's say I go to my laptop, and all I have to do then is download the program, and then instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, all the alert windows I've created, all the layouts I've created, I just have to file load from cloud. Okay, and I just find my layout, and there it is. So that's, you know, obviously a great reason why you should save things to the cloud. Also, you know, in case anything happens to your computer, even if you just have one device, if something happened to it, you have to get a new one, or, you know, whatever happens to it, as long as you saved everything to the cloud, again, you just have to load from the cloud. Okay? So really, now the other thing is that if you're on this test drive, everything that you do in this test drive, if you create some layouts, if you create some scans, save them to the cloud. Give them a name, you know, save them to the cloud. Why? Because if you ever decide to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, as long as you use the same email address that you use to sign up for this test drive, it'll all be there for you. So whether you take out a subscription, you know, a day after the test drive is over, a week after, a month over, 10 years after, as long as you use the same email address, everything you've done will be saved for you, will be there for you. Okay? So there's no excuse for, you know, we get emails. Oh, I don't know where I lost everything. You know, can you help me? Well, help yourself. Okay, save everything to the cloud, then you don't have to worry. That, Jado, is something that I cannot help you with. I don't know why. Because that doesn't happen to me. If it happened to me, I could say, okay, this is what I had to do. Yeah, I'm going to have to send you to tech support. I don't know why that would happen. Why? So what you're saying is, for instance, you know, this is a docked, and so you're saying, you know, if I save my work and then tomorrow when I come back, for some reason, maybe these, you know, 2 windows are blank, or they're missing. Yeah, that is something I have no idea then. I'm going to have to send you to tech support. That's past my, as they say, past my pay scale. So if you go to our homepage and just give them your email. The windows are there, just all loaded into one window. I still don't know what you mean. So, I mean, right now, this is the way so what you're saying is you arrange it, let's pretend that you arranged it and it looked like this. So everything is nicely set up. And then you exit, and when you come back, it's sort of a mess. Yeah, no, that's something, I don't know how I can help you. Because obviously that shouldn't be. All right, guys. So AI is not having a bad day compared to yesterday. Certainly, the BLI as a this is not an earnings play. It's preliminary, but it's acting like an earnings play. Okay, and look at the room it had. Okay, so that's one that is certainly if you had looked at it, and again, you don't have to get into the alert absolutely right at the penny. Look what it did. Okay, there, that blue arrow is showing you the candle that the alert happened. So yeah, it had a little pop, but then it pulled back, below the entry. You could have waited, said, I don't like the way it's trading quite yet, and got in, and you could have got in here. There's no mad rush to get into anything. I mean, people get very hung up on especially when they see something that may have popped, and then they say, well, I guess I've missed it. It's a watch list. You can watch these all day long. You can get there could be various entries. What if, for instance, this started to base here? Now, you say, man, I missed it. The alert was at 2042. But it starts to base right here for a while at 2115. Bases, when I say bases, a lot of action, not really moving up or down. And then all of a sudden it pops on volume. That could be another entry for you. So if you missed the first entry, using it as a watch list, because when you look left, it's obviously got some room that it could keep running if it wants to. Now that GWH, wow. It's probably the most successful SPAC we've seen in a long, long, long time, since the early days when these SPACs were the rage. Now another one, that RRD from the AI is not doing too badly. 663, 681. In theory, that's the news on it. It's an unsolicited proposal, okay? So now the latest and greatest, to carefully review and consider the Chatham proposal. To take out, I guess that would be about 85% of what they don't own at 750. Yeah, so nobody's going to tell you to buy anything right now, okay, friend chap? Okay, I'm certainly not a financial advisor. Okay, you have to make up your own mind. You have to have. Listen, it's it's the old FOMO, fear of missing out, that this is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. Right? There was an opportunity to maybe, see how it, based on the 5, came back a little bit, and then when it popped on volume, there was an opportunity right there. Right now, you're kind of chasing it. But, nobody in this room should ever say, yes, you should buy this right now. Certainly I'm not. But with trade ideas, we see movements in stocks all the time. When you start looking and staring at things over and over and over again, you start to see some similarities. All right, and this one certainly is based on news. There's no question that it's based on news. And you put Bill Gates into a press release, no matter what you think of Bill Gates and Microsoft and all, that's irrelevant. Okay. But you put that into a press release, well, this is what can happen. So the problem I'm having with the 10-day breakouts and breakdowns, we're getting too many alerts. So I may have to put some filters in because we're just getting too many alerts. I mean, some of them are just awesome. I mean, especially for me anyway on the downside. But and this is what I'm talking about. You know, I mean, there's just this is the don't repeat. Okay, so these are the number of alerts so far today, just on the break, 10-day daily breakout, and these are the ones on the breakdown. I like the breakdowns better than the breakouts, but just too many. I can show them. Homer, are you part of the test drive, or I guess you don't have trade ideas? I'm assuming you don't have trade ideas then. That's why you're asking me? So you don't have any scanner at all. You're just using interactive brokers. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So click new dock channel bar and the sectors. Let's take a look at what the sectors are doing. Remember, we look at this in the pre-market to give you an idea about what might be happening. And let's see if anything has dramatically changed. So I can see one thing that dramatically changed. If my memory serves me correct, when we looked at these sectors in the pre-market, only 10% of the energy stocks that make up XLE were up for the day, up from yesterday's close. Now 72% of them are. Okay, so that's quite a change. I think tech, I believe it might have been about 70-odd% were up. So that, they're starting to slide. Consumer staples is about the same. The consumer discretionary about the same. But that is a big difference. The energy stocks are making another good I don't want to say comeback today, but certainly a comeback from the pre-market. So some of you, if you want to keep an eye on the sectors all day long, the major sectors all day long, you can just take this window and shrink it down a bit. And you can, if you have the space, you can just sort of tuck it away on another monitor. So you can kind of keep an eye on the sectors all day long if that's what you want to do. So again, why is that important? Well, if you wanted to take a technology trade right now, okay? I don't mean one of these, but something that fits into the technology sector. And you're looking at this and going, boy, at the beginning, pre-market, everything was looking pretty rosy, but, tech seems to be starting to slide. Look at the NAS, heavy, of course, on technology. The NAS was positive just a while back, now it's negative, okay? So, it's a way of, gauging, should I take a trade or not, just based on what's happening in the major sector. Okay, so Ramin, the question was, how can I get live chart during the pre-market? So with the charts, if you right click, and go to properties, and you see where it says show pre-market, show post-market, just check. Okay, check. Just want to make sure Ramin got that. So the question was, how do I get data, live data in the pre-market with our charts? So again, you right click on a chart, go to properties, and then you can check show pre-market. If you want to see the after hours action, you can check the post-market also. Okay? I'll answer your question in a second. I just want to make sure, Ramin, did you hear that? Okay, you got that? Okay. Now remember, Always save your work, right? If you do this and then when you don't save your work tomorrow, it won't remember that you checked it. Okay, it's like any other program out there. Always have to make sure you save your work. So when you say does it auto sort, well, what happens is, let me make sure I understand what you're driving at here. So so all these are top lists, all right? These are all, that's why they say T. So top list windows automatically upgrade every 30 seconds. That's the purpose of a top list window. So I don't know, when you say sort between those 11 sector windows, I mean, these are the overall sectors. This is what the overall, looking at the overall sectors, these 11. But this gets updated each one of these sectors gets updated every 30 seconds. That's the purpose of a top list. Okay, Ron. Okay, I mean, that's the only way I can really answer you. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this will automatically update every 30 seconds. Yes, okay. You know what's taking a thumping, guys, is CCXI. CCXI, with the super aggressive price targets put on by several brokers, well over $100. This is taking a real thumping. NTRB, you guys are talking about that NTRB. Let's take a look at it. NTRB. Yeah, so I mean, there's a bit of a base here. It popped off that base, and who knows? It might challenge that high at some point later on in the day, 1171. If this challenges at 1171, towards the end of the day, I'd be watching this after hours to see if it has a big pop after hours also. Okay, guys, it is now 11:45. I do want to confirm that Michael will be in the YouTube room at noon. All right, just confirm that Michael will be in the YouTube room at noon. So again, if you have a lot of more detailed questions you have about Brokerage Plus, okay, then head over there at noon. I'm going to put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there. Don't go now. There's no point going now. But when I'm on my break, you can head over there, and I take my break right around noon. Well, you can't get audio on news, okay? You can now when you say active stocks, I mean if you have a scanner set up that you think are active stocks, you can set up something called text every alert window, okay? Every alert window, if you right click and go to properties and then actions, see it says check play sound. You set up the sound. So you can have one of your alert windows as text to speech. And I say one of them because the whole idea of setting sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on the different windows. Because then when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Obviously, if you put every one of them text to speech, you'd have no idea which window to look at. Okay? So you can put one of them text to speech. You don't have to use text to speech, but I think it's a lot of people like to do that. And then after that, use custom sound. Just click on that ball, check and select. And then we have 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can pick one of them, highlight it, left click on it, highlight it, open it. You can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it is attached to that window. Okay? But there's no audio on news as such, but if you had a window, you created a scan that was, with active stocks that you considered would be active stocks, then you could, you put a sound alert on it. So you would know whenever that window is giving you potentially an interesting trade or idea. Exactly. So Christine, I've got, I have a wireless headset. So yeah, I wander away every now and then. And so when I hear a sound alert, I can come racing back in and seeing where it is. Now the other thing is the use of our I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about me talking, my talking, I don't know what you mean by that. On YouTube delayed, you get audio. What audio are you talking about? Are you talking about when you're listening to me? I'm the moderator. I'm the moderator of the YouTube room, and also the what I call the main trading room. This is the main room. I have a great Sony there. They're over the ear headset, but eventually it gets a little warm, so I change. Well, there is a delay. There is a delay. If you have both rooms open at the same time, you'll get a delay, or you'll get an echo. I'm sorry, Ramin, I don't know the trade ideas page that has a 1 minute delay. I don't know what that is. Sorry. I'm sorry, I just don't know what that is. I mean, okay. I mean, our alerts are real time. Top list windows update every 30 seconds, but I'm not sure that's what you're talking about. Well, if you're talking about another trading room, Ramin, I can't comment on that. This you're in the official Trade Ideas trading room, okay? I can't comment on anybody else who might be using Trade Ideas as their scanner, okay? if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, so I can't comment on that, Ramin, okay? I've got nothing to do with that. Flamin? Yeah, something happened. Look at that pop. Look at that consolidation on 15, and lots of volume came in on all time frames. Don't see any specific news for it. Guys, I know I mentioned T earlier. All-time low. I was astounded, and I don't tell anybody to take any trade. No, the Flexion is what's in there, the FLXN. It's not the FLMN. But this was so interesting to me. All right. Well, this RRD, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I know they denied, etc., but now they're saying, well, we'll look at any opportunity, etc. But okay, Alejandro, you are in luck because if you can wait around for about 5 minutes, Michael Noss will be there. But I will give you a link to Brokerage Plus. Okay, and there's 2 videos. The first short video should show you exactly how you can connect IB and Brokerage Plus. Okay. But Michael Noss will be in the room in about 5 minutes, and he is definitely, you can ask him a lot more detailed questions about Brokerage Plus, but that video should show you how. Why did it fall off? Well, because well, I can't answer the question, why did it fall off? I mean, it's still up 143%, so I'd have to see the scan you're looking at. Zach, are you pumping stuff again? How embarrassing. We're kidding Zach, of course. Zach is not Zach.com. He should be Zach's.com. He should hijack it, but... All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. He should be any time now. I'll be taking my break, so I'm just going to get the announcement up. I'm still here until he takes over at YouTube, but I just want to get my announcement up. And as always, before I go, if you do want to still take part in this test drive, you'll get the balance of today, plus another 8 days, okay? Whoops, wrong link. Sorry, wrong link. Ah, there we go. So when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see right here, okay? So for $11.11, you'll get the balance of today plus another 8 trading days. It ends on the 22nd, so you're not going to get 10 days from today, okay? Just want to be completely upfront about that. Not. Let's take a look at NAUT. Yeah, you know, out of nowhere these things happen, right? And as you say, it could be a room pump. I mean, we don't pump. we might see the reaction, but we don't start. You're never going to hear me say, guys, everybody should be piling into NAUT. You know, after I've loaded up on it at 550, and then it pops up to 582, and I sell on the way down to everybody else who is buying. That does never happen here.
Okay, everyone. So let's start out testing the sound here. And that worked. So now all I have to do is hit that button. And perfect. So I can see my screen and all of that. Great. Great, great, great. There. Okay, guys, so if you guys are new here at all, what we do is we take a little bit and give Barry some much needed time off. And we just open up the room to questions. So I'll just be here for the next hour, talking about the market, shooting shit about trade ideas and all that. Just got triggered into a trade as I went live, of course. I'm going to write hi here in chat. Oop, wrong. I'm going to write it wrong. Then I'm going to write it correctly right there. So that's me. If you, just in case, right, sharing links, that kind of stuff to answer your questions, that's who it's going to be. So I hope everyone is doing okay in a incredibly boring market. We didn't seem to pick an exciting market to have this test drive in. Take a look at the RSP. It always gets questioned, but I always use this instead of the SPY just because the SPY is GI to you too. Just because the SPY is really heavily weighted in tech names, right? So, the SPY is 25% your largest kind of tech names. So when I want to look at what is the quote unquote market doing, I look at the RSP, which is the same 500 stocks as the SPY, just equally weighted as opposed to cap weighted. So you can see we're up a little bit, but the way I look at it anyway, this market recently is, we've got this big range going on. And then inside this big range, we got this smaller range going on. And then inside this smaller range, we got another smaller range going on. So, the market's slow. I know the AI is a little bit slow and everything's a little bit slow. This is the benefit of, I guess, what you guys do with Barry, where he's more of a kind of a faster scalper for news events. Doesn't really care about what the market's doing. For people like me that are just more on the swing side of things, it sucks a bit, but there's always stuff to do somewhere. My own personal trading, only day trade I took today is a small short here, just in a firm, because we had this kind of sell off in the morning and then we bounced back up into this area right here. So I'm really just trying to play to see if we coil off that area. It's one of those things, it's, risk. It's super, super tiny bit to make a big one. If you're bullish on China stock, so I see 2 questions there already, which is great. You can take a look at something like KWeb. Right, so KWeb's going to be your Chinese internet names. I don't know what sector you're looking at, but the reason I bring this one up is, although it doesn't look strong, obviously, none of the Chinese names look strong, but you've got a lot of support right here. So I think you've got your point, at 40. That may be interesting if you're looking to play off of, and then just look for Chinese ADR companies, right? So you could look at Neo, for example. One cool thing that we have in Trade Ideas is we actually have the flag. So as you're going through, I would just do your regular scans, the one that produce tickers that you like. And then if you go over to the profile tab here, we actually have the flag of the country that the company is based in. So for example, right, Neo, there's your Chinese flag. So if you start going through scans of things that you like, normally just leave that up and just say, okay, is the already doing the price, the pattern that I'm in? And then, from there, is there kind of something to do? Firm moving higher there. So that one might be a stop out. Just making sure I've got that in place so I can continue to chat with you guys. There we go. FLXN, is that a Chinese one? No. Yeah, so my favorite swing scan, well, that's obviously going to have to do with whatever your written and tested trading plan is, which I'm sure you have before you committed any money to the markets. But one thing that I really like from a swing trading point of view is actually this channel we're on right now, which you can get to just by clicking on your channel bar and then clicking on strength alerts right here. The reason I like this one so much is that this has actually been, let me see if I can find, all of these are built based off a kind of a back-tested algorithm that I created. So I'm obviously biased and back-tested over the last, here, I'll put that in there. Back tested over the last 5 years or so. So you can see the performance here versus the SPY. It's more portfolio rotation the way I back tested it, but you can use them for just individual trades if you'd like as well. So each week on Monday, by Monday, happens on the weekend, but these will be updated. And if you click on this alert, not only does it give you the symbols, but it actually gives you this, which if you're interested in trade ideas, but maybe the price is a little bit too high for where your trading account is right now, or, if you don't have the time to use a full downloaded platform or whatever that is, we have access to this, which is basically just an email that you would get every weekend, right? You get this on Sunday night, and it gives you my thoughts on the market overall, and then the 5 symbols and trigger and stop points kind of built back in. So the portfolio, the system was essentially back tested by saying, you buy whatever's in this list each Monday, and then you hold it till the next Monday, kind of selling what's in here and then buying the next one. But on top of this, what I do is I kind of input my own where I would get involved if I wanted to get involved in them, right? Where I would buy them. I just wouldn't buy them at an arbitrary open price. I'd want to see them do something. So you can see all the levels and levels for stops and all that kind of right in here. But if you want to go do some of the analysis yourself, you can just click through these and you get these updated live. And one thing I think I'm allowed to do this. If not, delete the VOD. But we have this new window coming in where it's going to have a bunch of kind of loaded scan for you. And this will actually show you what the top symbols are at any given time. So this will refresh, I don't know, every 20 minutes or something like that. Whereas this one is the ones that were selected, and it's done once a week, right? So you can go through and you can kind of see how these are doing for this week. And, they're flat, just like the market is. This one did very, very well. I actually took this one myself, where I bought some of this over this high yesterday. And I'd love to say I'm still holding and I have diamond hands, but I'm out most as I do. But very soon you'll get access to this scan as well, which will give you the ranking system. You can see URA here is very, very interesting to me. Uranium ETF, but that's just the way it does. Do the strength alerts come with the premium service? Yes, they do. So if you open up a channel bar, you should see mine looks a little different because it's got this on symbol, but you'll see this strength alerts that's got this kind of cartoony wham pow thing looking, and that will open up this channel. And then these are just updated for you every weekend. So I go in, I add and remove the symbols myself, and then that little drawn up thing is in every weekend. And again, here's the performance versus the SPY going back to 2017. So I went back to 2017 because I wanted to check, bull markets and bear markets and sideways markets and all of that. The $17 a month thing is for people who just want the email and they don't want access to the charting or whatever. But again, very, very soon, in maybe days, I think we're hoping to get this part out by the end of the test drive. You'll have this thing here as well, which will update, I think, every day with whatever the highest ones are. So while we wait for questions, I guess kind of the logic or the theory behind me building this and why I built it and all of that is basically the most studied concept in finance when it comes to trading has to do with relative strength, right? Has to do with the fact that things that are strong, generally speaking, continue to stay strong, right? And things that are weak continue to stay weak. It's fun and it's sexy and it's what we want to do to find the stock that is, getting hammered and buy that up and then, be the hero. But we know that that's not ideal, right? You're way better off finding stocks that are strong, knowing that they're probably strong because institutional money is going into them. Right? Where that's just that's what makes a stock, generally speaking, strong, is that it's not retail folks. Retail folks can pop, and retail folks can move small caps, but big giant trends in large names are done by institutions, and they take a long time to enter and exit position. So that's the theory why relative strength works. And again, it's the most studied way to outperform the market is to go into what's strong. So what I did is I basically sat down with a lot of the other traders and say, okay, how do you define strong, right? Because there's one thing to say this stock is strong, but like, how do you define it? Mathematically, statistically, that kind of thing. And what you end up getting is this ranking system that I came up with. So what this scan is doing and what the system is doing is it's basically comparing every stock against every other stock in the market, and for different things that we had for what we defined as strong. And then it's outputting what is considered the quote unquote strongest stocks in the market that aren't just, running straight up, right? We wanted to exclude anything that's just a rocket ship, right? Like you can see CCJ here. Technically, it may have been stronger in through here, but you don't want to buy a stock that's up 20 days in a row. So it's alerting it to you right back here. And to me, this actually looks like a better chance to get involved because, if I want to get it around 23, I could put my stop down here around 21. And, I'm risking way less than buying, just something that's an absolute rocket ship here. So yeah, Ron, it's based off of, this one's purely technical. We have something in the system that's called the TI, and you can find that here. You can find, if you go and just type in score, you can find this one, and this is kind of based, it's the same idea, but there's fundamental data in here. Myself, I'm a chartered market technician. I'm a statistics guy. I'm not a fundamental guy. I really just kind of don't believe in it. However, it's not that I don't believe in fundamentals, but I believe that a nice uptrending stock that's been uptrending for a long period of time is not going to have really bad fundamentals, right? It's just not, because for it to be uptrending for a long period of time, it's not looking at pump and dump stuff, right? That's strong. It's long period of time. And then we can, so I think the fundamentals are baked in is the moral of that story. But yeah, it includes oscillators and moving averages and technical patterns and candlestick patterns and all this stuff. The combination and the weighting of them, it probably took 6 months plus of my life to go through and optimize and refine to get something that actually seems to perform pretty well. And again, this was all just based off of no intelligent entries and no intelligent exits, just based off of buying on Monday, holding for a week, rotating into the next Monday. And then, as always in trade ideas, is our hope is that you take some statistics and then you apply your own trading eyes. So like, LALC, if I were to buy this one here, I'm not going to hold it come hell or high water until next Monday. I'm going to put a stop in place probably under $20. If we run, I'm going to start taking it out. Like MRUS, I've got a very tiny bit left, but I took some here instead of just buying it on Monday open. And my stop was right down here because I like to keep tight stops. And then I was out some as we popped. And then, right. So again, you're hoping that you use your fundamental knowledge of things to, and charting and order entry and news and everything that makes you a trader, and that you apply that to something like this, that you already know that these things have some sort of statistical edge. And it's the same thing we hope people do with with the AI and with any algos that they build and any back tests and anything like that. That's the hope, is that always with trade ideas, right? And you'll hear that all the time. You'll see the whole man versus machine argument we make constantly, because we just really strongly believe that it has to be both, right? If a machine could just beat the market on its own, you'd probably have had DeepMind or whatever one of those things take that from you. Sorry, I have a few trades on that I'm just making sure that I manage here. What goes into figuring the smart stop and target on the chart? So I can't go into it entirely, but it's a ATR derived stop, and then we base the target off the stop, going for 2 times the risk. So for people who don't know what Circle is talking about here, is basically these kind of shaded lines to say the theory is if you were to buy it here, mainly made for an intraday trade, right? If you were to buy it here, a logical place for a stop would be right here, and then a logical place for a target would be right there. Where these numbers come from, the 352 and then the 176, is actually if you go into tools and options, and then you go into AI trade size, it's based off of this, right? Whatever you have filled in, whether you want to do per trade or based off stop loss or whatever, that's all kind of built in there. So that's what it's built off of, the numbers. But where it draws the lines, again, it looks at the average volatility and the average range of this individual name. And then from there, it goes and says, okay, well, based off how this name normally trades, I'm going to, suggest a stop that's 10 cents or 20 cents or 5 cents or kind of whatever have you with that. And then again, the target is 2 times your whatever the risk is, right? And that's just because, if you're going to risk whatever this math equation comes up with, to me, it just makes sense to, and that's why we came up with it, is you generally want to try to target 2 times your risk, 1.5 times your risk, if then. And then the swing exit is just the 20-day low for swing traders, basically just saying, hey, this is the kind of most recent swing low of the stock, so this may be something to look at. For me, I think I would take those as suggestions and then, adjust them based off whatever your trading plan is, right? So Ron saying similar to what we have seen on stock charts. Yeah, it's kind of like that. To think of it kind of like a IBD 30 or something like that. But again, it's built more with looking at technical patterns and less just overall strength, which I know is what the other ones look at, is just overall, like, how strong period is this thing versus the market. This one, it incorporates things like oscillators and stuff like that, again, just to make sure that you're not looking for stuff that's overdone, right? You're looking for stuff that's hopefully just in the first initial part of some sort of a breakout. Michael, I've seen that probably been asked for any option flow data sweep start No new data sets on the horizon now. We're looking at it. Implementing new data sources is kind of a pain the way the system's set up. I'm with you. I'm arguing for you. I want more data sets. I want I want stuff like the filings for what the politicians in the U.S. are trading. Again, Canadian, so I'm no dog in the fight, but things like that I think would be important. Companies that are hiring or firing people I think would be cool. And then dark pools and option sweeps and kind of that stuff's great for scalpers. Wouldn't be so much for me, but I definitely see why you guys would like that kind of stuff. So it's one of those things that we're always thinking about and talking about and all of that, but nothing that I would set a clock to kind of thing. So you're asking about the smart stop. It is basically kind of an ATR type thing, right? So saying, okay, how much does the stock generally move in a day? So if you're going to take a day trade, adjusted based off some proprietary stuff, but basically saying, hey, the stock moves $1 in a day. So then we start eliminating things right off the bat, right? If you're trying to risk 10 cents in a stock that moves $1 a day, you're probably going to have a hard time. And if you're trying to risk, $1 in a stock that moves 10 cents a day, you're probably going to have a hard time there as well. So it's trying to find a kind of a middle ground to say, hey, this is a reasonable place that we think that you could put stop loss and not get killed too hard. Yeah, we're always looking at different alternative data sources. I would like to get, again, as a swing trader, I understand a day trader, what they want for data, and a swing trader, what they want for data are different beasts entirely. But, I'm a data nerd, right? So I'm always going to go, I would like more and crazier data sets. Just because, again, I like to take those data sets and then I like to put them through a rigmarole for back testing and to see if I can come up with something that I can trade my own funds with. So I would always like, the wilder the data, the better for me. It's one of those things, right? You're always just looking to be able to discover something that's either in a trend or about to trend, and you're just trying to figure that out before the rest of the world, right, is really always the goal. So it's one of those, it's hard because you really never know what's going to be the data set until you get it and it's integrated, and then you start looking at it, and then it would really suck to go, oh no, there's nothing there that's worthwhile. Yeah, so I'm going to just scan through some of these while I'm on with you, because I'm going to look for trades for my own trading. I've been watching this URA all day and I missed it. I was watching it over 25 and then I just got distracted preparing for the Wealth 365 presentation. So if you guys haven't heard of that, you can just Google Wealth 365. I'll be on there on Thursday chatting. So I was preparing that presentation and I missed this URA that looks like it'd be a good one. Team is just crazy. So Team makes, what is it? Is it TeamViewer and Jira and a bunch of that stuff? This is a great looking. So again, everything you're going to see from the TI Strength Alerts is going to look something like this, right? It's always looking for what is strong and where, right? So it's always looking for where's the flow. And in team, you can see, right, I look at this and I say, oh, well, let me watch this as it gets through $40, and then maybe that will be the place to go. And then LAC, yeah, again, missed this one a little bit. DT looks really good here. A lot of computer. The other thing I always like to look at is when I'm scanning for these on the weekend, again, you guys will have access to this soon, is there any commonalities amongst stocks and industries when it comes to the strength alerts? Because often I find you can sometimes get a clue on kind of what's doing very, very well based off which of these stocks are the strongest. And then you can go check with the kind of overall index and say, oh, well, that's, this index is maybe the place I'm going to watch. And then that kind of expands out your other kind of scanning ideas, right? Where is the money flowing, right? That's our one and only job as traders is, whatever that fish is that I keep forgetting that holds on to the side of the whale, right? And then goes, okay, that's, I'm going to ride with you and just eat stuff off your side and not get eaten because you're a giant whale. And that's how I see myself as a trader, right? I don't need to invent anything. I don't need to be the smartest guy in the room. I find the guys who try to be the smartest guy in the rooms are the guys that have the worst time trading. It's just I want to find a trend, and then I want to find a way to get into that trend. It's like this affirm, that if you're looking at this on a daily or weekly chart, it's really, really strong. If you go and zoom in on a lower time frame, right? I just see this thing basically sold off all yesterday, and then it's bouncing into today. So I'm just looking to short in through here. I may add as we're kind of struggling with the 200 or the 50 here, and then look for this one to continue. And that's, my trading style is probably as boring as they come, because all I'm doing is I'm looking for stuff like UPST, which I bought a bit of today for a swing trade, which, my time horizon's a few days to max a few weeks, but just amazingly strong stock, pull back, put in a little bit of base. How do I get involved in this strong stock? And then as we're making new highs, hopefully I'm selling to the people who are buying there. Very much have a don't think too much mentality when it comes to a lot of this. So as always, right, we're open for questions now. So if anyone has any questions about trade ideas or trading, I know the test drive's going on, so there's got to be a lot of new people giving this a shot. Feel free to ask away. I'm here until for another half hour. So it's something really cool that Trade Ideas does. I really commend them on it. Where, you basically have access to someone all day, every day on YouTube. Like we got Barry going all day. Then we come on for an hour just for Q&A to make sure that, right, he goes and grabs lunch or whatever, and there's still someone on. And then for you night owl type people, Chris Varley comes on at 3:30 Eastern every night. and kind of does the close. So he turns the stream back on after Barry leaves, and he's here to help out and answer questions and deal with that stuff as well, which I think is great on him because he's a swing trader as well. And for me personally, as a swing trader, that last hour is my game time. Just how most day traders and scalper are really focused in on the first hour, I get really focused in on the last to make sure that I'm managing. That's when I manage all of my swing trades, making sure that I'm not messing anything up. Or how's my any doing? ANY. I looked smarter yesterday than I did today. So I picked up some of this any just on a breakout of this base. Again, my very brain dead philosophy of this thing's going up. It's gone from recently, that's 15 minutes. Let's go to the weekly. Right, this thing was a $1 stock that's now a $7 stock. So I just say, okay, well, this thing shot up and now it's just basing sideways here. So I'll take it over the base. So I got some there yesterday and I sold out a little bit as we closed near the highs. And then I bought back that bit kind of down here as we came back to pull back. So either I'll be stopped out kind of probably in this area, give or take, or if I got this right and we're going to take another push up, obviously $10 would be a nice place to put down my flagpole and say that's good. Now, what else do I have? Just going to, right? It's one of those things. If you guys aren't asking me questions, I'm going to trade. I got some Hood, but that's not working very well. Some Robinhood. Basically bought some kind of in here, just playing off this 40 level. And that's just not fun. It's not, I'm not really down on it, but I'm not really up on it either. It's like, just hurry up, make something. AVID. Just watching this one as well. I'm in this one from this area and it's pulled back to be about break even, which sucks. It struggled with 10 and came down. I should have taken out more on that one. JPRE is another one that's just showing us what kind of market we're in. So I picked up JPRE right over this level. So I picked it up right here. And then again, looked like a genius yesterday. And then today it's right back pretty much near or a little bit under my entry. So choppy market, guys. So just make sure that you understand that. And what I should have done better on all of those things I just talked about is done a better job of taking more profits, right? Scalping in more and larger positions. Generally speaking, I usually do that anyway, where if I get a good kind of pop out, then but, instead of taking out a third of my position, I really should be taking out, 2/3 of my position right now when I get any profits, just because the market we are in. Do I put my trades on just before the close or at the open? I put on all of my swing trades and I manage all of my swing trades on the close. It's an experiment I started 3 or 4 months ago, and it's been working out phenomenally. The idea was that I was getting wicked into and out of a lot of stuff. And an example today would have been surf. This has been on my watch list for a while now. Essentially just looking at this, this kind of pennant or bull flag or something back, if I would take things on the open or throughout the day, I probably would have got triggered in here at about 8 and then it popped up and then slammed back down. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting for a closing bar. So if surf closes over $8 today, then that's when I'll buy it on the close. And then for exits, I also manage them on the close as well. So for me, it works out much better because all of my trading for swing trading exists in that last hour. Now I do some day trading, like I was talking about, where I just kind of scalp around, see if I can pull a few bucks out of the market here or there. And I'll do that anytime. Whenever, something that I have as an optimized thing creates an opportunity, I'll take that trade. But when it comes to the swing trading, yeah, I do all of that in the last hour of the day. Test drive user, I was going to download Barry's layout and start to make changes as I learn more. Should I create a channel and add the layout to that channel? You can. And if, just for people who don't know, if you want to create a channel, so you see I have all of the pre-built channels here, but I actually have one just called Many. And to be honest, this is what's open on this monitor that you guys are looking at most of the time, right? This is like this is the version I use for demo, but I usually just open up this giant grid of charts and I just fill that out. And then maybe I will have the sector status open often as well. That one's not working for me. Oh, it's probably because I'm breaking it with many charts, but I'll just have something that I'm watching kind of on the side to that one as well. This one's not working either. Hold on. New. I got distracted, didn't I? Because, yeah, what I want to show you guys is, I just do want to try that again, see if that's, yeah, there we go. All right, so I'll have this open on kind of one half of this monitor, and then on the other half of the monitor, I'll have just those many charts, and I just fill them in with whatever I'm holding or looking at the time. But say you have a layout the way you want, and you want to do what I did with this one right here, right, where I just created this, where it opens up and here's a new channel. Basically what you do is open up your, close this, go File, New, Docked Channel Bar. You can open something or not, doesn't matter. Just figure keep the screen having something on it while I'm showing you guys. And then you go to the header bar, like right up here. Right, so the top bar right here. I'm in shambles right now. Here we go. And then you can right click and you see there's an option for edit custom channels. So if you click on edit custom channels, this box here pops up. So with this box, what you can do is just click, let's add a channel. So here's the screen after you click add a channel. You can go through and you can say, okay, well, I don't know, I'll pick a picture. You can upload your own pictures and all that, but let's just pick this dude swimming. And then we come over here to, let me actually do this so you guys, if I do, yeah, that, so you guys see my mouse. So we go over here and let's just call it stream, because I'm on a stream right now. So here you can either paste in, so you're saying you're using Barry's, so I'm sure he's giving you a cloud link. You can paste it in there, or you can go to your own cloud. And I would always suggest saving stuff in the cloud. I have this one called Show. I don't even know what it is, but we'll put that in there. And you can see it's filled in with that cloud link. And as soon as I hit OK, you see that there's a new channel popping up here called Stream. So if I hit apply, so now I have two channels up here. So your custom channels will always go at the very top. And you can click this one. Oh yeah, because this one's the things that I'm playing with for, close that, for my different, these windows that I was talking about that will be coming out soon, right? This one's looking for RSI divergences, FAT. It's a funny symbol. What do they do? Fat Brands, full service restaurant, of course. And yeah, so basically I was able to do that. So now whenever I have a channel bar, I have both Many, which I showed you was just that whole bunch of charts. And then I have this one as well. And then what you can actually do is while you're clicking on that main header bar where there's a lot of cool things now, close that and then do that one. It's Windows 11. I didn't want to be on Windows 11. Windows 11 just decided that I have to be on Windows 11. So yeah, you can see again, I didn't save it, so that bar is still there. But if you right click on this, you get a lot of different options. So you can do symbol linking. You can also do where you change the default and you can pin it. And what will happen is if you pin it, now if I switch channels, so pay attention to this channel over here. I'm going to change to Alpha Predator, and you can see that one stayed put. So now I can channel surf on this side of my screen or this monitor if you're a multiple monitor person. And then over there, you can have that just kind of stagnant. Maybe this is where your watch list or, you know, things that you always want access to hang out. And then over here is more where you kind of change through channels, because I always go through channels based on what's happening in the day, right? In the morning, I want to look at the pre-market. You know, at the close, I want to look at the after hours. In the middle of the day, I like looking at the sector status, things like that. So that's how I would take a look and kind of change that. So I would basically download Barry's layout, save it to your cloud, and then just do that to create your own kind of custom channel there. So then you can go back to your channel as well. Because one of those things, it's a very personal type of thing where whether, you know, what you're trading, what you're looking at, prices and volumes and setups and everything will be different. How to link my watch list to a long strategy. I don't know. You can explain a little more what you mean there. You can't really click and create a watch list unless you're just trying to scan a watch list. So for example, if I wanted, maybe this is what you're after. If I wanted this, say this was a scan that was looking for something, I don't know, right, new highs or whatever, but I wanted this to only look at my watch list, I could go in and under symbol lists and then click add existing. You see anything with the brackets personal is a list that you made. Anything that doesn't have a personal is just lists of stocks that Trade Ideas has made for you. So for example, you know, the blockchain one will be a bunch of companies that have to do with blockchain. The S&P 500 will be all the S&P 500 names, that kind of thing. So you could go through and if you have it there, so say for example, I want to just go to my liked, you see that it comes through right here. So I can go and I can just select my liked. And then the last thing to do is this little box up here. I can say click only the following symbol list. So now this scan will only look at my liked symbols. So if we go back, you'll see it's got a bunch of stuff that I'm watching here. So I hope that's what you're after. Something I love where it's, you know, I scan for a bunch of stocks the night before, I put them in a symbol list, and then all of my scans just kind of point at those. What broker would you suggest for the best comms and swing tradings? That's going to be a lot. That's going to be very personal. I'm Canadian, so my really only option is Interactive Brokers for not charging an arm and a leg. Things that I've heard Tastyworks is a really good platform. And that's about it. You know, a lot of, you got to remember that zero comm means generally zero support and zero care. And then they're selling your order flow and all of those things as well. So, you know, I don't do stuff based on commissions. Now, payment for order flow is banned in Canada. So therefore we don't have any zero commission brokers because, right, the only way you're zero commission is if you're selling order flow. So I use IB and I like it. And I like that IB links to Trade Ideas. E-Trade also links to Trade Ideas. Seems like it would be okay as well. How can I open TI windows, always full screen monitors, like how I have other apps open? Not too sure what you mean there, but the settings to make sure that it's opening on your current monitor are just under tools, options, and then just go to layouts. And you can see I would make sure to open in main window. Now it's going to open as you save it, right? So if I save these two layouts to the cloud like this and I reopen them, they'll open like this. If you're not, make sure if you want it to open full screen, then open full screen, save it when you exit the software, so that when you reopen it, it reopens just like it is. Hi, Michael. Using the auto trade system with interactive brokers, can I use a moving average for a stop? Not currently. The reason that you can't is that we can only send out stop orders that the brokers can understand, which is right now just a distance away from price. Now we are working on, and this is going to it's a lot of work, so it's taking us a while, but we have to do more advanced exits like you're looking for. We have to host the orders, which means if there's a disconnect between Brokerage Plus and the broker, your stop order might not be sent, things like this. So we want to make sure that that's all done cloud-based before we launch it. So that's the reason, is that, right now when you enter a trade, we send out the stop loss, the time stop, everything to interactive brokers. And we do that because, again, if there's a disconnect or if something happens, it's okay because Interactive Brokers has your stop loss order and you're protected. So to make sure that we can do those more advanced stops, we need to be confident that kind of come hell or high water, your stop's going to work, right? Because, it's kind of taken on a big responsibility on our end to make sure that stops work, right? So again, working on it, it's going to take a while because we're going to want to make sure it's rock solid before we go. Can I repeat how to keep some channels available within? Now, it won't be within any channel. So these are two different these are two different docks, right? Just FYI. So this is a dock right here, and this is a dock right here, right? So they're two different docks, just FYI. But if I want to keep one dock open which was, I believe, your Windows, there we go. So if I want to keep one dock, basically I want to keep this dock open while I change this dock, I go up to the header bar right here on the dock that I want to keep open, and I right click, and then I make sure that this pinned is selected. And you could have a dock with just charts if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. So that when I go through and I'm able to kind of click through these, right, and when I change, let's go back to the strength alerts. You can see that came. That stayed, and that's what pinned means, right? Pinned basically means that if you change things in your layout, whatever is pinned will remain. Now, some warnings with pinning, right, is that if I load something on top of this window, the pinned window is still going to exist behind it. So you can get into trouble with pinning by basically, having things behind other things. And we get a lot of people who come in and say, my system's slow and this and that and the other thing. And it's because they have pinned windows. So that's what I'll warn you about that as well. Michael, do not want any named products, but do you use any option flow analytics part? I don't use anything except price and volume, Mike, myself. And it's kind of just a fundamental belief than anything, is that, so, this is going to be kind of advanced stuff. So I may have to stop if there's, more basic trade ideas questions in, but say, for example, what are we looking at here? NTRA. Say there's 100,000 call options that just got purchased at $130, right? What the hell does that mean? Is it that somebody bought a bunch of shares and they own a bunch of shares and they're selling the call options to just collect some premium, in which case it's a bearish bet, and that the market maker is just filling that order of the bearish bet? Does it mean that, someone's going out there and buying that many of calls? Does it mean that, the market may make or maybe net long a bunch of the position and is taking a short to offset his long? You just never know what is going on behind an options trade. And same with the dark pool. Is a dark pool print of 1 million shares somebody buying 1 million shares? Is it somebody shorting 1 million shares and getting a broker to then offset them? Is it right? Is it a late order? Is it somebody filling a kind of contractually obligated sell where, maybe, for example, if you're a chief in a company, you can basically in advance set up these contractually obligated sells with your broker to say, hey, the market, like I'm CEO of Upwork, and I need to pay my bills. So I'm going to set up through a dark pool with a giant broker, and I'm going to say, hey, sell me 100,000 shares of my position every 6 months. And, that will kind of take me out of that. Things like this, right? So it's one of those that it's like, it's it's very complicated, right? And you never know the pure intention of sweeps or options or anything like that. But what so I just follow price. That's how I get around it. I just look at price and I just follow price and kind of forget and ignore everything else. And that's just me. Now, again, I understand that there are people that use those and they use them successfully, so we are looking to get them. But that's why I don't know of any services, because I've just never really looked. For me, I would like things like I found a website that will do a data source of how many international visas a company's applying for. That, to me, might be something that's interesting to then take that and say, okay, they're hiring a bunch from abroad, and then go look at the chart and then look at price and volume to decide if that makes any sense. When I buy stocks from a channel, I end up getting the high of the day. Well, just note, you said you're using the momentum channels. These aren't trade suggestions. These are just scans that, again, if you're trading the markets, I'm sure you have a written and tested trading plan, because, people are probably sick of me saying this, but if you don't, you're gambling, right? If you don't have a written and tested trading plan, you're gambling and hoping things work out. But these are not optimized in any way. These are just to show you things that are moving to then apply to your trading plan. So no one's saying to buy anything from any of these, right? This just is what it is, where it's saying, this thing is generating some alpha, which just means above and beyond the market, it's going higher. Then you should take your trading plan and apply that to kind of what's going on, on top of or after that. The only one that gives trade suggestions is the AI, which you can see is doing very, very well today, which will tell you where the entry price was, where the exit price was, all of these things. These are trade suggestions, but like anything, if you don't have a written trading plan, you're committing money to the market, you're gambling, and at some point the market will take your money from you. And that's, it's harsh, but it's the truth. But again, the AI is the only place that has trading plans around, where it's got an entry price, a stop loss, and a profit target in most places. No problem. And again, just make sure you got your own ideas behind things, right? There has never, ever been a rich trader in life, when interviewed, just says, well, I just follow this thing, right? So it just doesn't happen, right? There's people who can kind of maybe hit a few good ones, but I've had the privilege of traveling all over the planet Earth and talking to many, many traders and investors and hedge fund managers, and I've never met one that just says, oh, I just subbed to the service and away I go. So take these ideas and all of this, and then apply your own trading plan to things that make sense to you, to them. What do I think about GPRE did yesterday? I don't like what GPRE did yesterday. Yeah, I made a video about that a couple days ago. I already chatted about it. You probably just weren't in at that time. But yeah, I bought some. So I was looking at this downtrend line, and I bought some right here. So I got a good price, and then it gapped up and it ran, and as it approached new highs, I scalped out some. I obviously wish that I scalped out way more than I did. And then it came back down to close at my entry, and then it closed a little bit lower today. So I'm kind of maintaining my stop in this area, and we'll see, right? If it closes near that stop, I might just cut it and walk away and look for the next one. But if it can recover a bit, maybe this was a bit of a fake out. But I think what it shows us is that $38 here on JPRE is very strong resistance, and it needs to be able to clear that before it can kind of really get anything going. And for me, just to, again, how I have my own trading plan as someone who's been doing this for years, and I adjusted it. I don't have my camera plugged in, so I can't show you guys, but I actually have in my notepad under JPRE, because like any trader, I keep a journal of everything that's going on. Was this market's choppy, sell more if in profit, is what I have written down. Because there's been a few of those, right? So I talked about any as well, which I entered right here in this area yesterday and spiked up, and I looked like a genius right here, and now we're kind of right back near my entry. And again, I sold some, but I should have sold way more, right? So for example, to make the math easy, say I had 1,000 shares, I probably should have sold 500-600 of them, and I sold like 200-300 of them, is where we go. And then the same, where this pushes down, I rebought, and then I've just I got my stop right in here. So basically I tried to use this pullback as an opportunity to get back in some that I got out. Who knows if that's going to end up being a good idea or not. But it's one of those things that I always say, and I know this, I will only ever be right on roughly half of all my trades. And then we'll go from there. The AI doesn't have any symbols with the same entry and exit price. Right, these are all different entry prices. These are the last price. So there's two here that it's in. It took this trade twice. So of course the last traded price is going to be the same, but that's just one. So yeah, it's got 0 of them with the same entry price. Michael just started the trial. How would I lock trade ideas into a single monitor out of 3? Oh, they all happen to pop in and out. So what you do is go to your main title bar here, go under tools, and then options. And then under layouts, you see open relative to main window. And then this long bar that I have here, this is the main window. So when you have that selected, just make sure that this main window is on whatever screen you want to keep trade ideas on, and everything that you open after that will open on this main window, unless it was on another window and you saved it there, right? And then in which case you just have to move it. So I think Barry's knocking on my door here. Oh, no problem. It's just it's a hidden setting that really only affects multi-monitor people, right? So it's not really a big thing. So yeah, Barry is pinging me, so the stream's going to switch back to him. Thanks for coming. And again, every day, not just during the test drive, every day, there is somebody different from me. So if you don't like the sound of my voice, tomorrow at this time, there'll be someone else, and so on and so forth. And I'm here every Tuesday. So if you want to hear me rant more, I will talk to you guys then.
Can you hear me? Okay, again, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this Flexion to see if later on. Okay, great. I saw a question. I wonder how Michael answered that one. Let me see if I can see. Somebody asked about a good broker, like a good commission broker or low commission for swing trades. I don't know if you're still in the room. I don't know how Michael answered that one. Was that you, Maida? Or who asked that question? Well, if you're still in the room, what I would say to that is that it really doesn't matter. If you're swing trading, I mean, whether you pay zero commission or half a cent a share or $4 for the trade. I mean, if you're swing trading, you're trying to get a lot more out of it, than some kind of a scalp trade that maybe if you have to pay commission, it's going to matter. So I don't know how he answered it, but that's how I would have answered it. I have no idea, Abel. I have no idea what they're using with IB, Interactive Brokers. No idea. The other thing, I saw another. Maida, did he answer your question about how to lock trade ideas to a single monitor out of 3, or did he answer that question? He must have. He must have. He knows how to do it, so he must have answered. The other one was from CNS. I don't know how he answered that one. Buying stocks from a channel, I end up getting the high of the day price. Like all my scans, they're all high of day. That's the alert. So you're always going to see the high of the day or the low of the day. So this is what I would do. The question was, I don't want to take a stock when it's at the high of the day. I get the alert, it's at the high of the day. So what you can do, if you're looking to take it on a pullback, then to pull back to a certain level. Let's just say for fun, Flexion is right at the high here, but you don't want to take it. But you would take it if it pulled back to 921. So all you have to do, okay, great Meta. All you have to do is say, okay, yeah, I see it's at the high of the day. I don't want to chase it. Stick a price alert at a pullback level that you might want to take it, or be alerted to when it gets there. So does that make sense? Who asked that question? I don't know how Michael answered it. CNS, if you're still in the YouTube room. And very simple to, you have your price alert window, make sure it's open. Just click on new and then click on price alert. Oh, okay, so click on price alert. Okay, so your window is open. You don't have to see it all day. Okay, but here's my price alert window. Okay, right there. So let's just say, again, you get an alert and you say, man, I don't want to take it. It's right at the high of the day. Where do you think you'd like to take it? Well, if it pulled back to here, I'm just showing as an example. So I would position my mouse right at that level, create price alert at 922. Okay, now if I want it to be 923 or some other, of course I just type it in. If you want to put a note in, you can. I don't typically, but you can. And then just save it. And you see it shows up at the bottom here. So what happens now is and then you minimize your price alerts window. You sort on the trigger, on the triggered time column, because what will happen Let me see if I can trigger one almost immediately. Okay, so I minimize the price alert window. So you don't have to stare at it all day long. Doesn't have to take up any screen space. Now watch, this one won't move. But I've got a price alert just below the price and just above the price. Come on. There you go. See how it popped up on my screen? See how it just popped up on my screen? It shows right at the top because that's how I have it triggered or sorted on the last. It'll even kind of change colors and fade. I can even put a sound alert on it. You know, it's the same way you put a sound alert on an alert window. And why do I do that? Because every now and then I do wander away from my computer. And so I know the sound alert for my price alerts. I know the sound. So if I hear it, I can come racing back and I can check it out. Okay, so that is a way, I think anyway, how you can get around the fact that, you know, if you're seeing most stocks near the highs and you don't like that, well, then I can't tell you where you would put your price alert, but you might think, but boy, I'd sure like to know about it if it got down to that level, you know, or a certain level. Just stick the price alert there, and that's it. There's no class about how to use the AI platform, okay? The only thing we can say is, here it is, you know, click on new. I mean, the class would be this. This would be my class, okay? From the toolbar, click on new and then click on AI/strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see. Make sure you have these columns. You know, I think the default should be you'll have an entry time, entry price, and the stop. Now, how you trade them is going to be up to you, okay? That's why there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. You know, some people will use it like a watch list, which is how I typically use it. I don't take every trade. You know, I have a certain price range that I like to zero in on. But how you use it will be up to you. So there's no class. You know, I mean, everybody has a different way of using it. You know, there's no class that says, okay, if you got that alert at 2059, this is what you should do. You know, for me, every time, I don't care if it's an AI alert or an idea from one of my scans, I am always looking at the charts to see, okay, where did it come from? What sort of a pattern was it? If I'm going to take the trade, where is the next, in this case, this was a short, where was the next low looking left? Does it still have some room to keep going down? Things like that. Okay, so does that make sense? I mean, there's no class. The only thing I would do is not worry about anything else other than seeing this window. And you know, nothing happens. So tomorrow, for instance, if you load this window right now, then when you save your layout, you know, just save this as part of your layout. Tomorrow morning, the first alert, earliest alert, will not be until at least 9:35. You'll see right there the first alert was 9:47. You know, but nothing happens until at least 9:35. Yeah, we took that off. I think there was a problem with the candles all being black. So people couldn't see anything in the chart. They didn't realize they had. So that's the issue. Okay, Saeed. See, I'm on a development version that doesn't happen to me. In terms when obviously it does not revert to, you know, colors that I don't want. So. Okay, so Sunny, as we always say, you know, Hope is not a trading strategy. So I hope, but I can say it like this: I hope you have a stop. Okay, so you're in at 28, 26. I mean, not that far away, but $1 away, and it's pretty obviously an active stock. I hope you have a stop, and not hope and pray that it's going to go back up, which is not a strategy. The AI list is populated during the day, okay? Again, nothing happens until at least 9:35. And if you loaded this tomorrow before the market opens, this will be, it gets wiped clean at the end of the day. So it's a new set of alerts every single day. But nothing until at least 9:35. The last one we had was what, 10:18, I guess? 10:33. Typically, you don't get too many in the afternoon. Usually most of the action is in the morning. Boy, guys, I mean, for those of you who like to short, I mean, this daily breakdown, 10-day daily breakdown, wow. I mean, too many alerts, but okay, so Meta, this is what I would do. I wouldn't do it like that. Okay, I wouldn't use the channel bar, the dock channel bar. Okay, I would do this. I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's all you really should care about. Okay, and then when you do that, this is the window that you see. That's all you need. Okay, you don't need to see anything else with the AI. This is all you need to see. And then again, you just incorporate this when you shut down trade ideas at the end of the day. If you have a layout already up and running, it's fine. Don't shut this down. Don't shut this window down. When it asks you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Just say yes. And then tomorrow, this window will, your layout will open when you open trade ideas, exactly the one you want, and this window will be blank. So if you open it, before 9:30 Eastern time, this window will be blank, and just wait for the alerts to happen. That's it. I mean, you can do it from the channel bar, but to me, this is way easier. Does that make sense? So again, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Trades window. Well, okay, so this is what I was saying before. I think I tried to answer CNS as an example. So if you remember, the Momo channel, the trigger is a new high for the day. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll get back to it. Well, I mean, I think the default when you load this, you should have at least, obviously you'll have the symbol. I'm sure the default should be the entry time, entry price, and the stop. Probably exit price, exit time, exit reason. I think these are the stops or the defaults. Okay, so when you get the alert, you'll see the time it happened. You'll see the price that it alerted at, and you'll see the stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, does it mean that when you get the alert price, you have to get in right away? I never, ever, ever, ever do with any alert I get. I always want to check the chart to see, all right, you gave me that alert. What if the 200-day moving average, here's the alert at 2059. And so this was a short. What if the 200-day moving average was at 2040, just underneath it? That could stall it, right? I'm just saying, it requires a little bit of a trading experience. So 9KI Jeremy. So again, the Momo is always going to show you a stock when it makes a high of the day. So as I was saying to CNS earlier, if you got this alert, say for HX, okay, just use that as an example. I know it's a cheap one, pretty cheap one. Okay, so if you got this alert right up here at 441 or here, I don't know, it doesn't really matter when the alert happened, but it would always going to alert at a high of the day. That's what the Momo that's the trigger. So you could look at that and go, okay, I see it, but I don't want to take it now. But I wouldn't mind seeing it if it got back down to this price, as an example. Okay, or here, you look at a chart and say, wow, if it pulled back here and it held, I'd like to know about it. So that's what I was saying. You just have to right click and create a price alert. And your price alert box will show up, and then you just save it. And you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So again, I'm not telling you that this is what you would do on this specific stock, but you'd have to have an idea. And again, this is going to come, so some trading experience is going to come into play. Where do you think a good pullback area would be that if it held and bounced, I should take the trade? But at least this automates it to a certain extent in that you don't have to keep staring at the chart. And, the price alerts window, just click on new from the toolbar and then click on price alert window. And again, this is what you'll see. And you see the alert is down here, right there. And so if it triggers, if it gets down to 388, it'll pop up to the top. But you see, you're looking at a momentum scanner. I mean, there are other scanners. You might want to take a look at the swing trade scanner, or there are a couple of, I don't know if we still have that one. Just see what channels we've got here. Okay, let me give you, I'm surprised it's not there, but let me give you one as an example, okay? This is a top list. Biggest pullback on winners, okay, as an example, okay? So when you get an alert, you're going to see something that was, see how it's pulled back? Okay, there's GWH, how it's pulled back. So for instance, the scan, what it's looking for. Okay, now this is just me, okay? So this is the price range, trading at least double, minimum 200,000 shares. Now, the price was down in the last 30 minutes, okay? But it's still up at least 3% from the open. So these are still in theory, I mean, obviously this one is way up from the open, but in theory, not in theory, these are stocks that are still, up from the open, could be very significantly, but have pulled back over the last 30 minutes. So that might be something that you want to take a look at. PROG, it's there was the high up here. It's pulled back to this level. Yeah, well, okay, let me back this up just a little bit. So is this something, I'll pop this into the room, okay? It's called biggest pullbacks on winners. And if you wanted to see biggest pull-ups on losers, just the reverse, a stock that has been sinking, and then it pulls up a bit, And then who knows, maybe it just continues down. I'll pop this into the room. There's the link. Yeah, so the only entry point and exit points that are laid out, and again, it's a guide, is in the AI, okay? So now, this is a guide also though. I mean, again, you have to follow it. But for instance, if I click on GWH right now, yeah, so that is too active of a stock. I click on PROG right now. Let me just make sure I got this right. Okay, so again, it must be down. I know what I'm trying to do. Let me just. Okay. So look at Flexion. I click on Flexion right now, FLXN right now, okay? Notice that down here there is something called a smart stop. So what it's saying to you as a suggestion, if you took the trade right here at 937, there is your smart stop down at 904, okay? Now, you don't have to follow it, and it's an algorithm, and it's based on the volatility of the stock, the high and the low of the day, and it gets fed into the system, and it generates a smart stop. Now, again, you don't have to follow it, but there it is. And then the target, which is totally unscientific, would just be double the smart stop. In other words, if you got in here at 938 and the stop is, let's make the math easy. Let's say the stop was at 908. So 938, 908, 30 cents away. The target would be 60 cents above. In other words, double the stop. Okay, again, it's just a guide. I wouldn't, and sometimes you'll see, smart stops that just don't make any sense. You'd never, I mean, would I ever have a stop if I took this trade at 9:30, and would I have a stop way down here? Personally, never. I'd look at this 15-minute chart. I would never want to let it get down below, say, 920. But it's a guide. That's all it is. You'll also see something called a swing exit. The same sort of thing. It's a guide, not scientific, really. I mean, it's just the 20-day low. I mean, would you get in, if you were going to swing this one at 936, would you have a swing exit way down here at 544? I hope not. That's $4 away. Remember, when you get into a trade, you should be expecting at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if you had a $4 stop, you would have to have a reasonable expectation that you could make $8 on the trade. Well, that might be a tough sledding. So it's a guide. That's all it is. Which window is what? Say Godot. Which window is what? And that's why you see these shaded areas here. The big red shaded area. As you get closer and closer to, if you took this trade here, as you get closer to being stopped out, it gets brighter red. As you start approaching the target, it starts to turn into a darker green. But it's just a guide, Well, the charts, it's not a window. So if you don't have smart stops, swing exits, then it's because if you right click and click on properties, right at the very bottom, it says show smart risk levels. So if you don't have it checked, you can check it. So it's on the chart. It's on when you say a window, I mean, the chart is telling you. Again, anytime you click on an alert, it'll generate this, from the algorithm. It'll say, there's the smart stop. You took this it's suggesting, if you took this at 33.10, your stop is here, 31.96, okay? So it's in the chart. And if you don't see it, couple of reasons why you may not see it. You know, someone I was trying to demonstrate it. It could be way below, so it's not appearing on the chart, okay? Or, again, when you right-click and then click on Properties, and this big menu, you have to check Show Smart Risk Levels. All right, guys. The Flexion is, I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, the volume is starting to pick up. Starting to pick up. Look at the 2-minute volume bar right here compared to the previous one. So I don't know. Maybe this will get it rolling, but I'm holding up for a high of the day break. Well, here's another one. I guess this either it was a SPAC. Looks like based on the price, VLTA. Volta sounds like an EV play. Yeah, EV play. No, as I say, no bueno. Wow. All-time low now. So the EV plays were so alive earlier this morning. Let's take a look at Plug. Okay, it's not terrible. I mean, it pulled back a lot, but it's still, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe it would actually be negative. But there's Plug actually, and it's putting a little bit of a pop here. Let's see if Fuel Cell is doing the same thing. FCEL. No, see, Plug is definitely stronger than Fuel Cell. Wow, the CRK. Becca, you were missed yesterday. I forgot. Fellow Canadian, so they obviously took Thanksgiving off. At least I missed you. Are you serious? Video games? Really? Oh, I'm sure you do. Wow, look at this AMKR. Guys, who's following the 10-day breakdown? I think all I have to do is kind of just firm it up a little bit. Maybe put a more aggressive relative volume filter in there. Yeah, the only thing I would do, I think I have to add something though, just to make sure we don't get so many alerts. But there were a couple. Well, the AT&T for me was just, I don't, as you know, I don't often trade. Number one, stocks over 20. Number one, and I don't often trade anything with 7 billion in the float because I just don't think they're going to move enough. But this was, from here on, it was a pretty steady little trade down. Kolb, haven't seen that one for a while. Well, the only thing I would say is, though, it could be coming into, I mean, it depends what you're looking to make, but could be coming into some fairly good support around 33. Look at the daily chart. Right there. I mean, that's 33 is right there. So you're at 33.61 right now. That's, so I would say no. Now if it broke down through, that level tomorrow, then it could be awesome, because then you've got many, many dollars before it hits the next support area. Meanwhile, I know I mentioned Cameco just a little while ago, CCJ. So it had a little so there you go. There's an example. You had the alert. There was a high, okay, and you might have said, okay, well, you probably wouldn't have got the alert then. You could have put the alert down here, the low of that 15-minute candle. See if it pulled back then. But you can always, you just sort of watch it. And you see, okay, look, it's pulling back. I will put another alert at the high of the day and see if it breaks it. Breaking highs of the day can be very, very powerful. Other traders are looking at that saying, well, I wonder if it can take out the high of the day, and if it does, I want to get in. Okay, and I'm not saying that's going to be the case in every single alert you get, but especially if it pulls back and you're watching and saying, okay, kind of like what I've done with the Flexion. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen with Flexion. Okay, but I have an alert set up here. The high of the day. I look left. I know it's got some room to move. Maybe we get all the people who were super excited in it yesterday. Maybe they come back a bit. What I really like about that scan also, though, the breakdown of 10 days, is that you're getting a lot of them that are, almost at a lifetime low. You know what is having a nice bounce back is that CVAC. I have it thumbnailed. It's still probably down, yes, but it's not down as much. So this is probably a big overreaction. Got all the way down to 38 and it's been recovering all day. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. You know, in relation to, you know, the previous days. Well, there's Plug, guys. Plug's making a new high for the day. I wonder if if Plug has specific news for it as opposed to the fuel cell. And I mean, look at this. I mean, look at Plug right there. 3025 is the next high looking left. And if it can break through that, you know, tomorrow, maybe today, but then you look left and it's, you know, 33. You know, so it's, you know, almost 10%. Be really interesting to see this one tomorrow. Now, I mean, you know, it's extended on the daily chart. I mean, it's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days up from 24 to 29. So, okay, guys. You see, oh, now I see Flexion. That's on the way down. So you see, there's I guess insight on how I trade. I don't anticipate it's going to break this high. So I don't anticipate it and say, well, I'm just going to take it. Okay? I never do that. I wait, I put my price alert. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But I'm not going to say to myself, well, you know what? Look what happened yesterday. It's got to take out that high, and it will probably get back close to 10. I never think like that. I just put my price alert in, and I forget about it. Yeah, that's actually Trade Ideas who named it Gap and Crap. I have the same one. I just named it a little more delicately. I don't have that up and running anymore. I had it for quite a while, but I just felt that, you know, I wanted to concentrate on other things. So you know, I call mine gap continuation or reverse. Okay. Yeah, you see how the HX, see, I put that price alert there and it pulled back. Again, if you were interested, saying, well, you know, I had the alert up here when it was at the high of the day, but I don't want to take it there, but I would want to take it. I not necessarily take it here, but I want to know if it happens, okay? So again, you know, when you have a price alert, it doesn't mean, great, I got the price alert, I just take the trade. Now at least you know that it happened, it pulled back to that level. Now you can kind of watch it a bit and see, okay, is it going to bounce off this little area of support? VLN? Yeah, VLN. So this is it's shortable. It is shortable, and the volume is coming in. Was this truly an IPO here or a symbol name change? Automotive share. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, there was a SPAC. Okay, so that was a SPAC. Cheap one, cheaper than 10. It was a SPAC. This SPAC must not have traded very much because this is an all-time high right now, 154%. So it must not have traded very much when it was a SPAC. Well, let's see. It's not. It's struggling. It's a struggle to get through 9 right now. All right. The spread kind of got to me a bit, but this might be just a scalp short for me. Thanks for that one, Zach. Might be a scalp short for me. See how much this keeps falling here. So today is Tuesday, so I will be in this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So in about 15 minutes or so. Okay, one moment please. Ah, thank you, Becca. Why was I muted? Oh, I got to do this all over again. Okay, I was explaining the similar. Okay, so you notice here there is something called similar, and it is still being worked on. All right, because sometimes you'll get what's supposed to happen is if I say type in AAL, I should get other airline stocks in here. Okay, so you do in this particular case. Sometimes though, when you type in something, you say, well, why is that grouped with that stock? Okay, but let's just say I can tell right off the bat the airlines. That's pretty. It's pretty obvious that these are all airlines: Love, JetBlue, ALK, Delta, etc. Okay, so let's just say that today maybe airlines are hot. You want to follow the airline sector today. So again, you go to the similar tab and you right click and you pop it out. And here is a top list. Okay, now you can take this top list and just like any other top list, maybe you want a different price range, you know, between 1 and 30 or 10 and 100, whatever. You want it to have a minimum volume. Maybe it has to be up a certain amount, maybe on and on and on. You can add the filters that you want. And so here you've been able to take a sector, create a top list out of it, and monitor it all day long. It can be especially good when if a sector is hot for the day and you want to follow it all day long. Look at NTRB, by the way. So that's something that you can do. You could even turn this into an alert window and get an alert when a stock makes a new high for the day or low for the day, or new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, whatever alert you decide to use. So again, that is just a matter of clicking on the similar tab and then right click and pop it out. Boy, that NTRP just, haven't used the term before. Those of you who are new, that's a severe rippage on that right here. I mean, it went from 10 to 1168. It's almost, I think it's taken out the high. 1172, sorry. 1172 is the high. Takes that out. I think this is the one that I said, follow this towards the end of the day and even after hours. I mean, if it holds near the highs, it could have some really interesting after hour action. And it just got halted. It just got halted, guys. NTRB just got halted. Wow. Oh, unhalted. I'm sorry. You're right. It got unhalted. There's my halt alert. Yelling at me, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. It was unhalted, not halted. So if you don't want to trade the individual, man, look at this. I mean, if you don't want to trade the individual uranium plays, this is the ETF for uranium, URA. I mean, look how similar all these charts will look. The big run, the pullback, and now the pop today. CCJ, I mean, you can probably pick just about any uranium stock and it's going to look like this. So this is the ETF. Alejandro, I don't know what you mean by -2. What does that mean? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, here's another one that came on that scan, that 10-day breakdown. Okay, I wasn't sure what you meant by that, Alejandro. Well, that's okay. That's okay. And the GWH is fading pretty strongly now. Doesn't look like it's going to, at this point anyway. This would be a couple of key areas for it to hold if it's going to bounce. Would be around 25 right there, and then of course right down here around 24. Takes those out, might be a little tough for it to bounce. Sort of destroys the confidence of traders when they see big areas on the chart of what they might perceive being support being broken. Yeah, there's the URA again, guys. This is just, wonder what happened today specifically to get these uranium plays going again. Because you can see this is a great breakout. It's a great breakout. I mean, look at this. Look at the volume. Okay, that accounts for EV, but what about uranium? I can't, I'm just trying to see if I can see anything specific about uranium today. I mean, energy, but that's a big move. I mean, that's a big move. And this volume, remember, it's only it's a little less than 2 o'clock. So at big volume day here, this will surely eclipse that. So tomorrow, keep an eye on uranium. If it keeps going, a lot of the uranium, but if it stalls, they could turn into great shorts, for some reason, if it stalls. So, I'm going to just put a note down on my pad for tomorrow, and just look at uranium and see what's happening. See if it's has a continuation day. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be in a meeting, the marketing meeting. It's going to start in a couple of minutes. Mr. T continues down here. Wow, what a few days it's had. I mean, that's a big moves for a $7 billion stock or 7 billion float stock. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, sorry about that. Long meeting. Now, this tip T, I'm very interested in it. It's been a little bit choppy on the 5 minute. You have a topping tail, bottoming tail. It came into the option scanner, 1426. I'm just waiting to see if it can really break out here, get some volume and break it out, take it to new highs. So I'm just kind of waiting on that. It did get up to 1442 from the option scanner. I mean, but it did pull back almost immediately. So let's just see. I'll be waiting on this maybe for a 1425, 1430 break. And yeah, the NRXP. That is one that is not, well, that was not in my watch list. No, it was not on my watch list. I thought it was, but I'm looking at the pre-market action. There was really no reason for it to be. But yeah, I mean, this takes out 10. Getting closer. So is Sophie. Sophie's getting closer to taking out 19. This, of course, this has an analyst upgrade to about 25. I think it's either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. All right, guys, I'm almost getting set to wrap the room up. So before I do that, though, I just want to put in the test drive link one more time. You can still sign up for the test drive all the way to Friday. Obviously, you will not get 10 trading days. So if you sign up right now, you'll get obviously 8 trading days, okay? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and all next week. And you can sign up until Friday. Obviously, again, you will not get 10 full days. But it's $11.11, so even if you signed up on Friday for next week, it's a little over $2 a day just to check us out. Well, this could get it, guys. This could get it rolling. Yeah, the room is like this all the time too, Christine. This is not special for the test drive. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is it's always been a free room. Boom! William, I saw that you got stopped out. Okay, what are the markets doing? I haven't really checked. Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, Nas is up a little. Really kind of a blah day. Next week, guys, approximately 200 companies release earnings. And so, yes, this is the official start of earnings season. You know, we'll have Goldman Sachs. Is that tomorrow? October 15th. So, no, on the 15th. But next week, we get about 200 companies releasing earnings, and then the week after, we'll have, 700, 800, 1,200. So we'll be really, really into earnings season next week. And it's usually the 3rd, 4th, and 5th weeks I like because, everybody gets all excited about, whoa, Apple's coming out with their earnings or Facebook or Amazon, whatever. I don't care. Couldn't care less. What I love are I will call them maybe the 2nd and 3rd tier companies that release earnings, the ones that are maybe kind of fly under the radar, but boy, can they ever move the day they have earnings. Whereas, Facebook is, what's it going to do? What's Apple really going to do? Is it going to give us a 30 or 40% pop? Of course not. So that's why I really like maybe the 3rd, 4th, and 5th week of earnings and really try to take advantage of it. That's when we'll probably see a lot more action in the option scanner. You too, Thomas. Good eve. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Get my script together. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Yeah, Aaron, so in the YouTube room, I haven't shut the YouTube room down yet, so you can have the option scanner. Just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage and then go to the section of scans, and it is called something like unusually strong options volume, okay? So just click on that link and then you can have it. All right, everybody, those of you on YouTube, remember Chris will be there at 3:30 to 4:30, so you can come back at around 3:30. Other than that, have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.